Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for joining us for another fantastic day here for the World Cup trials for Team Turkey. We had an extremely fun day yesterday, and we're ready for day 2 here starting in just a few minutes' time. And hey, joining me here for this today is going to be Mega Ninja. And would you prefer being called Mega or Ninja or just Mega Ninja? That's a question
Well,
that I probably should have asked earlier.
no, it's okay. No, my father was Mr. Ninja. You can call me Mega. No, I'm
Mm.
just kidding. I'm fine being called either Mega, Ninja. You can call me 44. You can call me Eli. My name is just Eli. No, I'm super excited to be here. A little nervous, but I'm excited to see these tryouts, and I'm excited to be on the couch.
Yeah, well, definitely excited to have you here, and I'm excited to have another day of this because me and Spectron, we had a ton of fun yesterday, everything that happened then, and I'm excited for another day of this here and now. And I'm excited to see a lot of the faces that I saw yesterday, and you're going to be able to see a lot of these faces as well for the first time, which is going to be very exciting. Because the point I've been making over the last few days is that obviously we're not all savants. I'm definitely not a savant by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know every single player, but I want to be able to go into a game saying, I don't know who you are. And 2 hours later, I want to be like, okay, I'm extremely familiar with who you are now, and I want to see more of you.
Yeah, I definitely know what that's like. As somebody who kind of got into the scene kind of recently, a lot of the players that I've been casting for, whether it be Face It, whether it be for CPL, whether it be for tryouts, a lot of them are brand new to me. A lot of them I have never casted for before, don't know them personally. But I've been learning more and more about the players that are in the scene, and each time that I get to see somebody new and somebody impressive, it just makes me appreciate the game more and more. You'll find that that DPS player, and you're just like, wow, this guy is going to be true talent, like if he ever gets to that tier 1 scene. I'm hoping to see really good in terms of what's available to them in terms of talent wise. But I'm just excited to be here. I'm excited to watch some good Overwatch, and I'm excited to just an overall, really.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very excited for this, and you bring up a very fun point where it's like you want this team to do as good as they possibly can, and you want every team, because what we want at the end of the day for the World Cup, for anything in competition, is for everybody to be as strong as they possibly can be, to put on the best matches in players possible. That's what everybody wants at the end of the day. And obviously, with there only being 7 slots available for all these teams and so many people trying out, obviously only so many people are going to get that chance. But it's exciting to see that so many players, that whether they have been competing very frequently as of recent times, or whether a lot of them have come back and grinded specifically for the World Cup, both aspects are just extremely exciting to be able to witness and see. And I'm excited to see what we see for these players on their second day, because in terms of everyone we see in the lobby right now, all these players did participate in at least some of the maps yesterday, and I'll kind of get into what each of them have done in their own rights. But Mega, there was so many impressive people yesterday. Everybody had their big pop-off moments. We had anything you can think of in a game happened yesterday, and I have no doubt that we're going to have the exact same case here today.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for some exciting stuff. As much as I do enjoy good Overwatch, it is also sometimes funny to see some goofs and some gaffs. That's always a really fun part for Overwatch. A couple of Ajaxes, a couple of missed pulse bombs. There's definitely options like that can happen in terms of what we'll be seeing from these teams. I'm pretty excited. You know more about these teams than me. You watched the matches yesterday, so you'll have to kind of tell me how these players play, what kind of compositions they're going to kind of want to start out with. If I had to, guess based off of just what's like maybe meta right now, a lot of Tracer, Kiri, Lucio backline still incredibly strong. The Diva, the Domina are both really good options. I don't know, are there bans for these tryouts?
So things will be frequenting a little bit throughout. Some of them will have bands, some of them will. Sometimes they'll play specific compositions as well. But we'll find out pretty soon, as obviously we are on the scrim code right now, so it's only going to start once everybody is ready to go. As that is a great start right there.
That's a
Fantastic.
good. I actually have a story about this. My
Oh,
first ever game to be casted outside of the college that I cast for. The very first game We had 4 players DC, spent 30 minutes trying to figure out technical issues, and then we had to cancel the stream and the game got postponed. And so I didn't actually get to cast my first ever game. But hopefully that's not going to be the case here.
And everything will be chill here. Even if there is a problem with somebody, obviously we have plenty of players that are ready to be in. As I'm kind of looking at the good old VC, they got plenty of people there. But looks like everything is fine as we're getting ready to get into things. But just speaking on some of the players that we kind of see here in the lineup from what I saw yesterday, Smarth is a big person to look out for. They were on the Domina pretty frequently yesterday during the maps that they were in, and they performed to a really high standard a lot of the time. It was extremely impressive to see on the Domina, especially for a character that is pretty brand spanking new still. It's going to be amazing to see how it works. In terms of DPS, I mean, everyone that you see from Braven, Deflat, Avalanche, Basong, everyone had really big pop-off moments. Basong, I remember the 4K Blade from the other day. It was phenomenal to see it. So I'm expecting a lot for these players that showed up in day one, and I think a lot of those nerves that maybe existed on that first day are going to kind of dissipate going into day two.
I'm hoping so. You know, these are both no comps, Kabi team ban. Okay, all right, interesting.
Okay,
So
yep.
we are going to be seeing bans out here. Definitely interesting considering these starting rosters or these starting lineups. Double flex from the side of the team one with Basong and Avalanche. I want to say that's how that you pronounce it. But you know, the red team going to be having that Sojourn, that hit scan. Pretty common to see one flex, one hit scan a
Yep.
lot of the times. Double flex is a little bit less common. I know Sojourn's in a really good spot right now. But we'll have to see what the bans come through. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Zarya ban, maybe a Tracer ban. Just kind of have to figure out what the preferences are for the players. A ball ban is very interesting. Kind of shows that they aren't comfortable playing that ball. Ball is kind of such a specific character for these teams. You know, I think you either run the ball or you don't run the ball, and you ban the ball outright, because ball, I think, is a really, if you're good at ball, you're gonna be very good at ball, and a lot of teams don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah. I'll give you a little context because everything you're saying is 100% correct. But Smarth wasn't just on the Domina yesterday. They were also playing the ball a little bit. And let me tell you this, all context aside, they were a demon on that ball. I'm not going to lie. Absolute demon on that ball. And they know a lot of these players played with and against Smarth yesterday. And obviously, knowing this out the gate, that's what they're going to go with. But we're ready to get our first map of the day underway here. And the Diva and the Domina are going to stay in.
Yeah, the Vendetta ban coming out second is also really expected to see. Vendetta is really strong, especially if you get somebody like that Zarya paired up with them. Just get a bubble going and then just kind of ink your brains out. But no Vendetta, no Zarya, so just some, okay. Well, jeez.
Yeah, Flat is someone that is going to pop out the gate here. Already got rid of Ermac and Orpheus to get things started away, and this is going to be a pretty quick one as Cabby and Avalanche just going to try to get out of there alive. So, as we'll call them, just Team Red, Team Blue, for simplicity's sake. Red going to get things going strong, and out the gate, you see the power of Flat on that DPS.
Yeah, really good. Oh, we're going for a pause automatically. But I guess, you know, while we're in the pause, I can just say, that was disgusting 3K from Flat. that was a really good start to this match for the red side. Of course, you know, the spectator bug. I don't know how you've been coping with it or whatever. But it's, you know, because I was watching Ermac's perspective at the beginning, and then I swapped over to Flat's once he started popping off, and you know, then it went from red to blue, and you know, that's such a fun little thing. But no, really good start. You know, there's not much to say about this first engagement. Braven gonna have to do a quick reset. But I mean, listen, you can talk about the ult charges all you want, but right now there's not much to be discussed. Nobody is really even close. Nobody's halfway. I think the first ult we'll probably see, if Flat keeps playing like this, we'll definitely see an overclock come out fast. And if Orpheus needs to build up this beat in order to really try to contest with that, or they can try to shut him down with something like the Genji Tracer kind of diving on him. That's going to be a little difficult, especially if Flat picks that double slide perk once we get later on into the map. But there's definitely ways that blue team can handle this Soj if they continue to pop off at the rate that they are later on once these ults start to get, you know, going and underway.
Yeah, because the thing that has to be said about Blue's team, their composition, is how fast it can play. It may not have as much sustainability, but if you decide you want someone to go down, there's a strong possibility they're going to go down. Now, obviously, with Flat having a lot of the mobility as well, it can be on the tougher side, but the biggest thing is trying to get a lot of these cooldowns out, and that goes for Flat, that goes for Essie as well, and obviously, once we get Braven back to the game, it's going to be the same case there. So you want to see them be able to take this aggressiveness to them, but with Samarth over on the Dominant, it is going to be a little bit more on the difficult side. Obviously, that barrier is difficult to deal with in a lot of senses. You can be pushed back very easily as well. So it's a question of, do we try to focus on the tank and try to burn them down and force resources out that way, or do we try to ignore the Domina that doesn't have any mobility and try to run down the backline when every character we have on Blue can decide that, hey, Domina, you don't exist, we're going to your backline, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
Yeah, there's definitely the blue team composition. I think, although it's a little bit less conventional, not having that hit scan in your back pocket, it is definitely a team comp that requires a lot of coordination, right? You have to work pretty much as 5 people, and you kind of have to call for one person to just be evaporated, right? This comp can just the comp can go anywhere it wants immediately because of the Genji dash, Tracer Blank, Diva Fly, Lucio Amp, Kiri TP. They can literally go wherever they want on the map. So you have to pick your target really wisely. And I think the Domina kind of has good potential to kind of shut that down, especially with, you know, the shove. And then also later on with the major perk that you can get, if say they so choose to use the wall one, where you can use your shield as the wall and push them into that. That could be definitely good to shut down these more hyper aggressive comps. If push comes to shove, you might have to swap up your whole comp in order to deal with this hyper aggressive comp, kind of try to punish them a little bit when they get engaged. But I think the Domina is a good response to this in the opening. They did win out this first fight, but it was because Flat going crazy, killing 3. So we'll have to see how these later fights go on. Once, you know, these teams kind of pick up their tempo a little bit, try to figure out how they need to play into the other comps. But I'm kind of leaning towards red team's comp. It just matters about how coordinated and how cohesive blue is feeling today.
Yeah, because obviously you're going to have people swapping out a fair amount, going back and forth. It's what's going to happen. But again, a lot of these players, I have a lot of faith from what I saw from them in that very first day. And maybe people start slow in this first map, but honestly, Ninja, that is to be expected, honestly, in a situation like this, where you know you're going to have a long day in front of you, and that's just the nature of competition, where some players are stronger in the 5th map than they are in the 1st, so getting those first map jitters out of the way, trying to get something going here, as you see them kind of going with that aggression a little bit, trying to push back, get the resources out, and there they go. They try to go for that back line, try to bring that aggression, but Flat, again, shutting down Orpheus, and now it's already going to be so difficult without that extra mobility to get hit her, and unfortunately, with Cabby so close to being knocked out of the mech, it feels like they're just going to have to take the L here.
Yeah, this is a really good fight win for the side of the red team, just because they still have control of the point, right? So this entire time that they're getting these late picks, they're still getting this point percentage upwards. And if they're able to kill Basong here, which would be a really devastating pick, what a late kill there. That's devastating, actually. Now they're going to get even more charge and even more percentage, as, you know, the rest of blue team just have to kind of wait for all 5 of their players to come back.
Yeah, unfortunately so. But 60% on the board already. Ultimates are just finally starting to become a factor, but it's all red team when it comes to that aspect. City Rush is not going to have much opposition to work with here, so as she's supposed to focus on staying alive, trying to just throw all that healing into Smart to try to build up towards it right now. But you see, Basong more than happy to be in that back line, trying to give a little bit of aggression, try to force somebody out early, but it's always going to be difficult. Always will be, always is going to be. But you're getting onto these ultimates. Essie is going to get that Consider Rush, and you're going to see that front line get obliterated. Cabby may get one on the out, but unfortunately, you're going to try to self-destruct, get the Mega. You get it, but now you're about getting a touch, and it doesn't look like they're going to.
Yeah, taking out the mech immediately. Going to be taken out of the fight. And there's 96%. Nobody's got touch. No ults were used from the set of red team either. Really good hold from them. I mean, they didn't have to pop ults. They just kind of won in the neutral fight. Off of the couple of picks there, but I don't know. It feels a little interesting, the fact that this hyper-aggressive comp really only got 2 fights into that sub-map. You'd think a comp like theirs could get a lot more fights in, and we are going to see some swaps from the blue team automatically, swapping over to that Ram, swapping over to mirror the Soj. So they, they're going to have to slow down just a little bit in terms of compositions, which I think is a good plan. I think it's a good call. I think it allows your players to kind of poke out a little bit more, build up your ult charge so you can actually build your ultimates. I mean, at the end of the first round, blue team had, I think it was just one ult. They had the self-destruct because, D.Va gets ult charged incredibly fast. But the rest of the team only was at like 80, some were closing in like 90 something, but they never actually got it online, right? And so you need to kind of play slower so you can build your ults up a little bit better, and so you can actually farm a couple of fights and a couple of engagements.
Yep. So we'll see how this is going to go with a different sense of momentum and aggression you're probably going to see from the blue side of things. We'll see how they try to approach this, because everyone is going to go topside on this. You see a little bit of separation down below, but out the gate, Basong down early. Flat, another opening pick on one of these fights. Cabby just has to try to get out alive. It's just not going to happen, though, as they're going to try to run everybody else down, but everyone else should be able to get out of here alive, but Orpheus gets caught out. So again, red team going to take another fight win, and that is just a really unfortunate circumstance of Flat, again, catching someone out early.
Yep, Flat is doing incredible on the Sojourn. This is all Sojourn has to do. Just kind of poke out, build up a rail, and then try to go for that one-shot capability. It's doing really well. Good news for blue team is that they didn't actually... Oh, this is a really nice flip from blue team. They might actually be getting onto the objective right now, which allows... it actually allows a flip, dude. That's a really nice flip. And,
yeah, that is a...
Even though Samarth getting that pick isn't really great, you just keep your own Soj alive, but Copy gets that kill. So it's looking like a 4v4 right now, but Samarth is doing so much on the stamina.
Yeah, it should probably be that right there, though. The flip eventually going to come through. You get a couple of good picks at the end, but unfortunately, your prioritization is getting Cabby out alive. If you don't, this is going to take so much longer after take the reset. But it looks like in the... Oh, Panopticon comes through. Catches on to like 3 people, by the way. No one blowing up on the spot, though, but eventually Orpheus and Cabby will go down, so now this is going to take a much longer reset period here, as you can feel the confidence of this red team, especially Samarth, to go that aggressive with their ult.
Yeah, I really like that Panopticon usage. Blue team did not expect it whatsoever. Kabi was trying to get out with their life, and that Panopticon was able to get so many kills and kind of stagger out Kabi just a little bit. They are going to get a re-aggression, though, on this right side, but... a lot of ults. This Pulse of Mom is available for Brazen, but nothing really else from the side of blue team. Oh, the Fox being taken down is going to be not a great sign. Samarth is taking so much damage on this objective, and the TP is going to be forced, and it's going to be taken off the board. Samarth taken down, and it looks like another flip here for the blue team.
Yep, and yeah, that's going to clean itself up right there. Flat does get one on the way out, but you're going to see a little bit of push to try to maybe get a little bit more touch. Raven is going to grab the Mega Health Pack, still hanging around. So you have a capability to get back into this fight very quickly if you desire. And Cabby, I think maybe not realizing just how quickly they have to, so you have to see the aggression here with the Kitsune rush, but Southern more than happy to throw the beat right back into the face, sustain through it now. Basong potentially maybe looking to be a hero with this blade ready on the line, is going to try to go in and find something, going to try to cut through. Cleanse unfortunately going to come through, and getting out of there is going to make things very difficult, and all Avalanche and Orpheus can do is do a little bit of stall, as 42, or actually 41%, all they're going to get.
Okay, it was very expensive for the side of red team. That's the only good takeaway I can say for the side of blue team right now. They have 3 ults compared to, what, just Panopticon online, which you can easily shut down. You just have to hope that your beat doesn't get blocked by this Panopticon. That would be so devastating, and you cannot have a fight lost like that. Okay, there's the Ramble going to be used to try to engage. Vlad taking so much damage taking there from Kabi. The Panopticon gets used to Samantha so incredibly low. Keep Kabi alive, please!
Oh, they barely do it, too. And now Avalanche is going to double down right here. Already has gotten rid of 2, and the cleanup comes to form here, as the point did cap over just a little bit earlier. So 95% for the red team. Late kill onto SC as well. Now the bright side is you burn away all these ultimates, and you still have the beat. So if you decide to take an aggressive fight at some point, there's nothing really stopping you, especially as Flat goes down.
You just can't die in the neutral like that. You don't have ults. You need to poke to gain your ults back. You don't really have anything. Your closest is what? The Pulse Bomb? I mean, you can maybe get a Miracle Stick, especially when they're off of the Kiriko. So no Suzu's available to stop that. They do have the Immortality Field then, I guess. But this beat is available. They're going to try to pop that first. Probably taking so much damage. That beat was incredibly useful for him. And They're gonna push this aggression, try to get something done. However, there's a body on the objective right now. I think it's this Tracer. And Lucy's gonna go back to try to look for something, but I mean, that beat kind of didn't do anything.
Yeah, but it caused everybody to have to back up and deal with the initial choke. So now they're able to go with their Kitsune Rush here in a moment, take a certain level of aggression. You immediately see the pressure coming through. Ermac is getting forced away. Avalanche has gone down early, and Kevin is just caught up for the rest of the resources on the healing. So eventually, they'll be burnt down. Flat's gonna help finish bodies off, and now overtime touches need to come in as a necessity, but Flat has picked up 3 more people in the song. All they can do is just hang around as Avalanche nowhere close to a touch. So second round going to go to Red as well, but because we are on the scrim code, we are going to play all 3 points here of Busan. That'll be the same case when we do things like Flashpoint later on. So we will be able to see them still head over to our third round for Beach.
Flat is so good at Sojourn. I mean, I know it's only been 1 map, and maybe we'll see, some differences, maybe some different people come in and press even more. But I mean, his ability to just get so many just insane one-off picks, before a fight start, in the middle of a fight, are just kind of disgusting to see, right? And that's something that you really want from your Sojourn. Sojourn is such a... that's not real. Is that real? We're going Widowmaker? Is this real?
This could be real life. Flat. To be fair, there was a couple people that were definitely like, what's the appropriate word here? Teasing us with certain characters and then swapping last second, as all good players do, of course.
Absolutely. Okay, Double Slide also picked up the flag here, so they are going to be able to kind of get out. The song also swaps over to that Tracer, kind of doing that Tracer mirror, which I think is better than the Genji in this current state, in this current meta. We'll have to see what these teams decide to do as... Oh my god, Samarth is taking so much damage. That's the problem with his Dominant, but Braven able to find that kill on the Ermac is going to be such a problem now, because now you don't have the sustainability for Kabi. And, I mean, there goes Orpheus, you don't have supports now, you're just going to have to leave, wham bam, thank you ma'am.
Yeah, that's pretty done and dusted right there. Again, I like the fact they bring that fight to Samarth, though. They take that aggression right into their face and try to bring it to him. Unfortunately, again, you just lose Ermac so early on to where you lose that sustainability. And for any team, you see that flex port go down, that is your go button. You go all in and try to bring them down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely options on the table now for what Red decides to do. They can, build up all play a little bit slower on this engagement now. Kabi taking so much poke damage. Avalanche almost taken down, not taken down just yet, but right now Red are just kind of sitting pretty. They don't really have to do anything.
No, they don't have to accomplish anything in this situation. You can simply hang around. Someone's going to eventually go in with that aggression, or they're going to lose other cooldowns like Kabi, and they'll find a way to run them down. But for the time being, they're happy to sit back, try to build up to something. As Raven gets the first pick, Orpheus down early, and this fight should be done and dusted just like that. You love to get Samarth on the way out. Lots of low bodies, but no one going down as a result, as Ermac is unfortunately going to have to take the death on the point, as we're already 50% and counting, and you're looking at a full box of ultimates coming up for Red Team.
Yeah, Red have so much in the arsenal right now. The only thing they're really lacking is that beat, but Orpheus is only at 58%. He's so behind on it. And I mean, Blue could maybe take it a little slow, try to build up to match these ultimates, but I mean, 65% and counting, you need to kind of play with a little bit of aggression, a little bit of pep in your step. Otherwise, I mean, this point is just going to get away from you. Overclock going to be popped first immediately. Trying to look for something to be done. The Suzu's already been forced. I think he heard it. He's going in, trying to look for more. He doesn't find anything just yet. But the space created with that overclock is really crucial, and it kind of splits up these teams. Panopticon used from Samarth onto that Matra. So much damage, and Basong gets taken out from the disruptor shot. Oh no.
This is so much being thrown in, and honestly, I don't hate it. It's a must-win fight at this point. Staying through to the sound barrier. Avalanche is going to try to pull them back into this, getting rid of Flag, who has been such a crucial pick for them throughout this very first map. But unfortunately, it's just too far separate on the point. Will eventually be down as the overclimb is starting to tick over, but this is eventually going to come to its end, as it's just the supports hanging about. So they'll finish it off with 100-0. Everyone on this Red team looking really good. Obviously, there's some really good standouts from Blue, but you see the consistency that you get from Samarth on this Domina as well. And Flat, if you give them any opportunity on that Sojourn, they're going to take it 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Red team, like, overall played really well as a unit. I think the ultimates were just faster for Red, truthfully, yes. At the end of the day. I mean, they just built them faster. They used them more aggressively. So now we're gonna have to see, can blue make a comeback? I don't think there's any swaps in terms of either side. So we'll be running the same rosters, I believe. But now we're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Definitely a different map than Samoa. The comps are a lot different. This is the map of Winston, right? This is Winston's map. He does the cinematic of it, but this is his map. If you're gonna run Winston on any map, it's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is the map where you run the on a brig. This is the map where you run the Widowmaker. There goes Braven again. Not a great start. I mean, this is definitely a more dive map than Samoa, which doesn't really have that many high grounds that you really need to take with a dive character like the Winston, like the Hazard, like the Ball, like the Diva. So we'll have to see what these teams kind of roll out with, but I do see flat on that Widowmaker, which could be very enticing.
It would be, especially on the attack. Obviously, it's a little more forgiving to run the Widowmaker as well. And Smarth flexing that Ball at the moment, which again saw that Ball a lot yesterday. A little statistical fact for you: the first 2 maps Smarth was in only ran that Ball, died I think just 1 time between those 2 maps. It was an insane performance early on. But obviously, while we're kind of talking a lot about everyone on red team, it is nice to talk about everyone on blue as well. Basong was honestly a big clutch player yesterday for a lot of the maps that they were in. Was a little bit more on the silent side that first map, but again, players are going to heat up as things continue onward. Avalanche, you saw what they were able to do on the Soj as well, getting a lot of these very critical shots that kept them in a lot of these fights as well. And obviously, any DPS player, especially if you're on something like a Sojourn, that potential is extremely important. And now with this being on a more dive-central map, Ninja, I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from Cabby, who, again, was a really consistent figure yesterday. And on that Diva, I know they can be very prolific, but in a situation like this, where you're going to have to deal with the Ball and the Widowmaker, respectively, you need to be able to kind of manage both as best you can, because if you try to go all in on one, the other is going to get free reign.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem with this Ball. I do believe that the Ball is a really good character on something like Watchpoint Gibraltar. A lot of things that you can do with that Ball. I mean, we look at this lineup here, right from the side of red. This is pure Watchpoint Gibraltar. On a brig with a dive tank, stick a Widowmaker in there, and then your flex kind of plays whatever. Maybe you go Tracer here instead of the Honor-On. That might be a preference thing. I know Tracer is pretty crucial to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Definitely somebody to contest the cart and, try to get some push going when it's available. But, I mean, an Honor-On definitely can have a lot of potential. The comp from the blue side is a little bit more interesting. No brig to keep the Ana up. Gonna be running that Lucio, so maybe Orpheus. Gonna ban the Kiriko. That is interesting.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't hate it because obviously, while the Ana brig is definitely a really good thing to have an effect, as the Diva gets banned, as Cabby immediately has to go swap. The important notion is that if you are expecting a Ball, and since you've already banned the Ball, you can't do it twice, you're getting rid of a tool that I think can be very aggressive with the Ball. Because if you're on a brig, you have to put them in a particular spot and realize, okay, if I go beyond this line right here, my on a brig cannot help me. There's nothing I can do. Now, if it's a Curie, that Curie can decide on a whim to jump in, give you cleanse, heal you up, and it's a lot more of that immediate relief. So I just like it. It takes away an option from them. I don't think it's going to affect Stethered or Essie that much, but it is taking away a good option.
Yeah, I don't know if I love the Domina pick here off of the Diva ban. I mean, I think you could run other options. I don't think the Domina's going to do all too much. We're going to see flat automatically swap off the Widowmaker after this first couple shots. I don't know who they're going to be going here. Oh, a Freya. Interesting choice. Could definitely poke out that tank a lot. But I do want to see this Ball. I think this Ball could be incredibly helpful. Ball is such a selfish tank that he kind of just does whatever he wants and hopes his team can kind of stay alive while he does whatever he really needs to.
Yeah, that's how 10 things to go. But what you're seeing right now is that you're kind of throwing your flex DPS over on the point, and just allowing them to make a bunch of progress. And Smart, while they're barely going to get out, this card has already made a considerable amount of progress, almost completely through that underpass. So you're going to have to see everyone take this fight a little further back. Cappy is getting separated and has everyone from top to bottom trying to chip away and take them out. But you're eventually going to have to see them surrender a bit of these high grounds and being able to try to single somebody out here. And it's going to be hard to make it smart, especially you get all of that healing off from those shields.
Yeah, this is what I really like about the Tracers. The fact that they got so much cart push when nothing really happened. Nobody has died yet, right? But they already got so much cart progress because that Tracer is able to just kind of do whatever they want. Oh my god, Smart is taking so much damage. I don't know if he'll be able to get out alive. He is available. But beautiful stuff here. Now this Tracer can kind of engage with that ball. The sleep comes through, but the anti's applied to them. Maybe this Tracer can get something done, but man, he's low.
Oh, they're being separated by Smart, who, to be fair, is low, but again, adapter shields come through, keep them going. First all online is flat, gonna pull bodies in with that Volo, and getting rid of Cappy is tough because now you lose that ability to have sustainability over on the point. You're kind of just zeroing on Ermac, who is just separated, doesn't have a mega health pack, as poor Avalanche is just gonna be completely separated. But to be fair, with the copy on Basong and the Cappy touch coming up, you could potentially contest here.
Yeah, a lot of ults for the set of blue team. They have pretty much everything besides their OC and their bubble, but they don't go for a touch here. They decide it's not worth it. And I mean, red team don't really have a lot. They have their backline ults and they're close to a full spam, I guess. But I mean, nothing really to be said. I think blue is winning in terms of the ult fight, but I don't know what you're gonna do with some of these, right? Like, what are you gonna do with Panopticon? Are you gonna hit the Freya, the Tracer? You know, there's not really a target for you to hit the Panopticon on unless you maybe can land it on the ball and stun him long enough for it to activate, but I don't really know what this Panopticon's gonna do.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to find a particular person when you take a level of aggression. You love to catch on someone like the Ana or the Brig, if you would be able to, but we see the copy come out, and it's gonna be the ball, and they're gonna throw the Tidal Blast on top of it as well. It catches on Smart momentarily, but it's eventually gonna force out the rally as Basong quickly gonna be knocked out of the copy, lucky to still be standing, quite frankly. So now you have to consider, what do we want to bring into this fight next, as Ermac takes a nice little nap while their Sojourn gets burnt down in this fight. He is gonna be done and dusted, and now you're worried about keeping anybody alive to get a recontestation here, because Basong's the only one still standing.
Yeah, again, this is something... this is something that you kind of need your flex DPS to kind of do, is contest this objective. The Ana and the Brig just kind of walked it so much, and now they don't even get a recontest. They still have 2 ults in their back pocket, but no recontest comes through. Now there's a time refresh, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Nice kill on the Brave in there. That's a good, you know, consolidation prize. But the Nano onto the ball here is going to cause some problems to be arisen.
I love that.
Okay. The Panopticon got one, but that's... it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a little rough, but at the end of the day, they used it. I think Cappy is probably going to potentially make a swap here at this stage, but no, he's going to stay committed to the Domina. But to be fair, at the stage we're at, this is probably the strongest spot you can have the Domina at, where the high grounds are a lot more minimal compared to first and second point. But now you're worried, because all it takes is a well-placed bolo shot, and things are going to end very quickly. Flat tries to get the shot in the air on Basong, misses, but picks up the elimination anyway. As with the Nano still here, you have the ability to stabilize Ninja, but right now, your biggest concern is very much that of staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, losing your Ana there allows that stop to kind of come through from the side of red team. They're not able to push as aggressively as they might have wanted from that bola shot kill. So you do have to wait a little bit for your team to come back together as a full regroup. And now red don't really have any ults. This Nano's coming online here. You have to be a little careful. I'm really worried that this Nano is going to be wasted for nothing. Tabe's so incredibly low. You need to keep him alive. There's the Nano. Okay, beautiful.
Yep. I like it. This is a really good use of it just to keep them alive. Stether goes down as a result, and now you're going to be able to clean up and get the spike going. So now still 3 minutes on the clock here, as Smart does get one on the way out. But honestly, again, you're fine with this. You're able to restabilize. You still have 3 minutes available. Obviously, it's a lot of time. But for the first time really in this map so far, they have stopped red's momentum, and that is so important, especially with a comp like the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball, it does so much here. really just provides so much space, causes so much. Oh, nice Panopticon onto that back line. The mines are going to be used in response here. I'm trying to look for somebody to go down, but Song is going to be the first to get a kill onto Flat, and it looks like another reset for Red here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but a lot of alter. Oh, I don't know if I love this rally, but Samar's finds one and gets in second. All right, never mind then. My fault. I didn't know your game. I apologize. I thought that rally might have been a waste, but what do I know?
That is, honestly, that's always a gamble making that position right there, but I love it because they go all in to kill Southern right there, and Southern realizes and pulls that trigger on the spot. But now you have to go in, and Basong is going to have to be big on this copy coming up here. Orpheus is going to be able to sustain with this rally coming up here momentarily, but Basong is probably going to be trying to be a little aggressive with this copy as they got to go with the Genji. As there you go, Braven, going to have the Nanoblade online, trying to find bodies to cut through, got rid of Braven, wants to be able to solo in and get slept out the entire
No.
That is incredible. And now they got to keep Cabby and Basong alive here. Even though they get that nice sleep, they just don't have the bodies left for the touches. They have to throw their bodies on, and Avalanche is going to have to be an absolute hero here in a moment.
Samarth is got both of his supports alive still, and the mine's going to be tough on the projective. Oh, the overclock is so low. Please, somebody carry my overclock. He's so incredibly low. Please, somebody heal him up. Oh my god, he's got 4 people looking at him. Samarth goes down, though. Avalanche does slide into a minefield, however, and Braven's going to be taken out also. So it is going to stop the momentum of Red. Sorry, that sleep hit me like a freight train. That was,
oh my god.
I mean, a minute left on the clock, no ults available. SA gets taken down later. This isn't looking good in terms of Red team. They don't really have anything besides, like, this bullet shot has to go huge. Neither team has ults. This bullet shot has to go massive.
It does. It's the one tool that you got at your disposal right now. You're not particularly close to anything else. You're getting up there to a lot. But unfortunately, nothing's really going to stop this bullet shot from getting a ton of effectiveness. If it catches on to the wrong person, obviously, like if you hit it on Cabby, I don't think you're going to get what you're looking for. But if you get that on like Avalanche or Ermac, they will get deleted. 9 times out of 10, that's what's going to happen. They shoot it for Ermac, and it's going to hit the corner and just barely miss out. Ermac is getting surrounded. Luckily, is still standing for the time being. Eventually going to be burnt down right here as they're trying to finish bodies out. Basong is almost single-handedly trying to keep them alive as you have Cabby ready to go, trying to find something here as the Pulse Bomb sticks on beautifully while in the backline. Unfortunately, Cabby has almost no health remaining, but still clutches up.
Oh my god, he's so low. 40 HP. Somebody care my boy. He's gonna get the care, and I think that's gonna be a stop. They have the Nano online. The ball's gonna be able to get a first touch here. The Nano, you have to kill the ball before the Nano gets applied. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a little bit of a predicament. There's a Nano getting applied to SA. Still gonna be coming back. Still looking for somebody to Nano. And there's a Nano gonna be applied to the ball. Literally 1 HP still. SA gonna be looked at next. Gonna be taken out of the fight from Tabe, who's looking incredible on this hazard work. This ball is the last player standing. Besides this Tracer, who's on an off angle, does get a final touch, but I think that's going to be a full stop for the side of blue.
Yeah, and that is an incredible stop. You look at how those first 2 points went. They had about, what, like 4.5 minutes on the clock going into this, and they end up getting stopped. And it comes down to, honestly, a lot of individual efforts from blue team as well. You go all the way back to Armac hitting that sleep on them as they get swept off the edge in the Nanoblade. That's insane right there. But you saw Cabby wake up a lot as well, go to that hazard, and ends up being a beautiful pick to have a little more sustainability, this little bit of extra oomph to be able to help someone like Basong, who was trying to be a little more aggressive over on the Echo. I love it. It's a really good bounce back from them, and something I really tried to enunciate through all the games yesterday is a player's ability to bounce back is a really important trait that you are looking for at the end of the day. You want someone that, hey, maybe they didn't have a good map here, but if they bounce back and have a phenomenal map next, that's a really important thing to take into consideration.
I've never seen that Hammond souvenir before, but I really want it now. That Kabi was holding. I don't know if you saw it. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, this is a game of team play and a game of cohesion. But it's also a mental game, right? You cannot get boomed. You can't allow yourself to get boomed, right? So even if you have 1 bad map, 2 bad maps, you can't allow it to affect the way you're going to be playing. So it's really good to see blue fighting back after an interesting Samoa. I'm not going to say a rolled Samoa, but it was a 3-0. 2 maps were 100-0. They fought back a little bit on the second map, but now here they are trying to get a map win under their belt now.
Yeah, and they're in a decent position to be able to do such. Obviously, you're worried about getting this thing through the overpass because you're going to see that, you know, Red knows what they're going to do here. And yet they bring the aggression over there as Cabby does get a really interesting pick. It is a weird trade out, but remember, Basong is going to get back infinitely more quick than Essie's going to be able to over on that Ana. So you need the sword to just open up a little bit more as Smart is just garnering so much attention in the backline that Cabby can't be ultra aggressive because of all the attention that's being taken away.
Yeah, I really like the back line here from Blue compared to what they were on last time. The ball is going to be shut down a lot more. But the song taken out from Samarth here is going to be pretty upsetting there in terms of how you want to push this Kabe. Does get a kill onto that break. A burn does get applied. Kabe's so low, bro. God, please, somebody heal him. Avalanche gets taken down next. Kabe is going to be able to stay alive and tell his story to his future children. And the ball is going to be so low on the objective. Braven gets taken down. SA finds one, pops the nano.
Yeah, it might not be the most effective thing in the world in terms of that, but to be fair, you're coming up to a lot. You don't have the nano blade situation available anyhow. The biggest thing going into this next fight is being able to clear these mines from Samarth, because Samarth is probably going to save these to where they either get to the very end of the overpass here or just before that first cap comes through. But we'll see what it goes as Flat goes over to the Cassie of this fight as Cabby, he's going to start things out extremely strong after taking a bit of a nap and getting 3 on the pull down, but unfortunately, they're donezo.
Yeah, really good play there from the players of the side of, oh man, Flat. I'm really scared about this cast angle. There's a chance here for him to go crazy, but he needs to get this kill into Ermac, and he doesn't find it. And I mean, it was expensive for the side. Hold that. Pulse bomb. But no, not gonna be able to. No, not gonna be able to find anything. And they are gonna be able to get this first cap. It was a little expensive. They really only have the Briggle left in the back pocket. But we'll and close to that blade, I will say. I can't. That's 90%? Okay, sorry, I couldn't see if it was 90% or 80 or 60%. But they do have that blade coming online and the rally close to a nano. But I mean, the side of Red also don't have anything in their back pocket. Oh, nice sleep. But an instant slam is kind of negate that really. And I mean, if I'm the side of Red, I need to kind of play slow so I can build up these support ults.
Yeah, you really do. And you see the aggression from Cabby here, who is obviously not afraid, as they're going to double down a rallying nanoed Frigid. My nightmares have come to reality, but for this blue team, they have fought their nightmares and they have won, as it's just Samarth hanging around. So they're going to get this cart rolling, but Samarth is just going to get out of there alive, take a reset, is kind of hanging around and wants to garner some attention. But right now, things are great for them. They're going to have the blade coming up here, so you're going to have to see a lot of big pop-ups here, especially from Flat, especially with that Deadeye. That's going to be able to get them a lot of space when Blue decides to get aggressive.
Yeah, I got to hold my breath here for this next engagement. It is literally just High Noon versus this blade. You need to go huge with one of them. Oh, Samarth finding an instant pick onto the Freya. The box is going to be taken down next. No hindrance available. So you could decide that you want to go in with this, unless, a downpour. Okay, Kabi just going absolutely nuclear and killing everybody. So Martha going to drop the mines onto the objective to stall out just a little bit longer. Raven does find a kill. Essay gets taken down. Kabi's 1 HP. Scissors taken down. It's a back and forth trade battle of the century, looking like a trade war right now, but I think it's going to go the way of Red.
Yeah. It's really back and forth, as you see Flat go over to that M-Ray, by the way. Ooh. That is going to be extremely interesting. We'll talk a little bit more about that as this goes and see how well it works out. But I like that. You're going to see a lot of different players run a lot of different things, because that's what these coaches need to see ultimately, is, hey, what can you play? What are you best at? And we'll see that throughout the day. But big ante on the Avalanche and Ermac, as Basong is going to go for the blade anyway. This is definitely a gamble, but for the moment, it's a gamble that's not working out bad at all. Gets to with it. But still, they've lost their entire backline and Avalanche on top of it. Can they still cap is the question.
It's a 2v2 right now. Just a ball tracer versus a Haz Genji. You need to get something done here. I think the spawn's favored. Yeah, the spawn's favored this out of the red team. So I don't know if you're going to be able to get out with your life. Unless you can maybe kind of... Oh, gosh. Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to back up here. And now there's no ults on the table. You're building up a lot from the side of blue team. And you need to get them online fast, as there's only 1 minute and 20 left on the clock.
Yeah, but you're letting all this charge go through for Ermac, who's right around the corner from having this nano, and that's why you see Cabby decide to stay away from the health pack. You want to get this nano online here. Unfortunately, early on, Orpheus is down, and now you need to gamble whether or not you want to take this fight here still. As the mines come out, Slick comes online, and I think everyone just needs to take a tactical reset here.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of ults available for the Zeta team. They have pretty much 4 ults in the back pocket. Meanwhile, the side of Red only really have their support ults plus a Tracer. But, you know, Pulse Bomb is one of those ults where you just, like, it's kind of a cooldown, depending on how good you are on Tracer. If you can build it fast enough, it is one of the fastest building ults in the game. Okay. There's the Pulse, gonna be not able to find any kills, so there goes the ultimate automatically. However, Avalanche being taken down immediately is not a great start to this round.
Yeah, and Smarth is just putting so much pressure on this backline. Cabby is eventually going to get the nano and can move in. Downpour is going to come down, and Essie is a sitting duck as a result. But you're trying to burn away this backline. Cabby has done exactly that, and now it's on Smarth to be able to stall out this point a little while longer. But Flat is ready to get back into this one. They're going to have the override protocol here available to try to burn somebody down over on the point. Orpheus so incredibly low, eventually going to be burnt down, and with this backline falling apart right here, Cappy is running out of aid, running out of health, and is running out of time as Red Team looking like they're going to clutch this one up.
That was a really beautiful... I thought that Team 1 had it on lock. I really did. But the Emre ult from the high ground, nobody's able to look at it. Nobody's able to stop it from getting so much value. The supports go down, and I mean, there's just not much you can do from there, right? Emre just able to just kind of free fire down, raining terror on those below. But we'll have to see. Okay, we do see a swap coming through. Dragonite is going to be coming in, which is quite interesting, actually. I didn't think that Dragonite was going to be the one to... sorry, I don't think that... okay, so... Who got subbed out? Who got subbed out?
So we're seeing people swapping sides and going in and out a little bit here. So we see Sugga and Orpheus have swapped places. Draconite has come in place of Flat for this next one. We saw Draconite in a couple of maps yesterday. Had a bit of a slower start, but I think really started popping off as the day went on. But outside of that, I don't think we have any other swaps. I think we still have Samarth and Cabby in for tank. We're gonna double check just to make sure, because you know, on this chat we like being correct from time to time. It's a preference.
I do like being correct. I do like being correct. As a color caster, it's very nice being correct. But we're gonna have to see what the moves are now. Dragonite gonna be starting on that Hanzo, but like we said before, people like to toy with our emotions. So we'll have to see if they actually start out on that.
Yeah, 100%. So obviously, going to the situation right here as we kind of proceed onward, I'm excited to see what Draconite can do. Like I kind of brought up earlier, they are one of those players that, while they started a little on the slower side, I think showed massive improvement throughout the day yesterday for the maps that they were in. Had a lot of improvement, and again, that's a skill that I value a lot. As a caster, as someone who watches esports, that's something that I love personally to be able to see. Is someone who just improves as things go forward and more and more and more. Samarth, for as good as they did, definitely started struggling a little bit more towards the end because people figured things out a little bit more, but they still ended up being one of the best performers of the day. Personally, going into this map, as we're currently figuring out the bans, I want to see a little bit more of Basong on this map, and Brayman for that matter. I think both had a really good map over on Gibraltar, but I've seen them both do really good things yesterday that I know they're capable of doing, that I want to see a little bit more of going into this next map. So it's going to be extremely interesting at the end of the day as to how they end up really adapting as the series keeps going. Because I think both these Tracers have really good pop-up potential. They showed it yesterday, and they've showed it to a good extent here today as well. But Ninja, as we are getting things settled for this map here pretty soon, bans are starting to go in place. Cabby, the blue side, are going to ban out the Brig to get things started.
I like the Brig ban here. I think it enables your Tracer to kind of pop off a lot more. You know, you don't have somebody who is constantly peeling out your flex support. It's a little inconvenient, like unconventional for something like the comps that are being currently run. But I think with that ball being on the side of Red, I think it's a good ban. I do. The Brig, you know, it stops the ball from getting value. It stops the Tracer from getting value if played correctly. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, I messed up sides. Oh, wait. Blue ban Brig?
Yeah, yeah, blue is banning Brig. Which
blue ban Brig. That throws me a little bit more for a loop.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't hate it because to be fair, you don't know whether you're expecting the ball or whether you're expecting the dominant going to this map. I think both work great in this map on Esperanza. Um, but again, it's like before with the Curie ban, is that it's taking away an option at the end of the day.
Hmm.
That's what you're attempting to do. Because with a lot of these players, there's not going to be one ban that's just going to stop them from playing the game. You've seen everybody, for the most part, swap around and do different things. So you are basically focusing on just taking away options, making it as difficult as possible to flex around and show something that might work a little bit better.
Yeah, and I also really like the Genji ban. I think the Genji ban from Braven is really good. I think the song has been going absolutely nuclear on that Genji, so shutting them down, forcing that Tracer mirror is something that you're really going to prefer here. As we do see this first engagement go on. No ball to be seen. Samar's going to be on that Domina here, and Kabi going to be onto that Diva, so we'll have to see if that makes the difference.
Ooh. Yeah, Samantha gets burned down. That is rough. And that fight is already done and dusted right there. You would love to get SE or Braven out, but they'll just have to die on the cart. And that's a really successful fight for Blue to get things going. As, again, this is what I want to see more from Cabby. This aggressiveness to taking his smart, because if you smell blood on the water, you need to go in on it and try to get that elimination.
Yeah, especially Diva. Diva is such a strong character when it comes to just kind of strategically inting is what I like to call it, especially when you get that booster perk, doing so much damage when you fly directly at somebody. It just enables so much play, especially if you can play it as a team. You know, you just kind of like, okay, that guy, I'm gonna fly straight at him. Can my team help follow up? And that's pretty much all you have to do. So we'll have to see if this keeps, you know, providing valuable fruit. Oh my god, Avalanche gets the kill on the Dragonite. Really good kill there, actually.
Yeah, it had that trained and ready to go, and now you see, you just kind of have Cabby is sitting on this point. They're gonna get the checkpoint for free here, and now this is a really aggressive and good start here for this blue squad, especially as Smart separated away, going to be taken down, and you would love to get bodies out here alive, but again, no survivors is kind of the motto of blue team right now, as they are trucking on forward.
This is a different blue team than what we've been seeing. It's been pretty close so far, but I mean, 2 minutes in, 65 meters, nothing has been stopping you. You have ults in the back pocket. I mean, Dragonite's only 41 to the overclock. I mean, there's a fly. You force the Suzu out immediately, and they're still getting points. They're still getting meterage, and that's so bad for the side of red. They need to get somebody to actually stop this objective from moving, or else, I mean, they're just going to get so much recharge. There's a Diva bomb from the high ground, not able to find anything. Dragonite drops a little low. Oh, Dragonite gets taken down. However, it comes through on a blast song. An overclock gets popped here. Rush is used in retaliation. We'll have to see if anything gets from this.
Yeah, this is it's a little rough, but they beat in response, and now you have to just run for the hills. Cabby has to use every little bit of that defense matrix just to not keep themselves alive, but honestly, everybody else as well. As B comes in, the Panopticon going to be available for Samarth here momentarily. It's going to get used, and it's at least going to hit Cabby as they're going to try to go to the backline, and Cabby is getting hit with every ultimate in the world, eventually out of the mech here, as they should be able to clean this fight up. It's technically still a little back and forth, but everyone should eventually be figured out, as Steathered and Ermac honestly need to bite the dust now so they can get the forward spawns. And with that, they should be able to get them.
Yeah, a really good fight win from the start of red, but man, all of your chips are gone. All of your chips are gone. You have nothing in your back pocket except for an overclock. I guess the same can be said for blue team. It was expensive overall, all around. So this next fight's going to be definitely a more neutral one, unless you can build up that overclock in time. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. There's definitely opportunities here, but it's an uphill battle, right? 93 meters is nothing to stop at, especially on Esperanza. If you can win out your neutral fights, and if you can force out cooldowns and ults to be utilized in a pretty negative way from the side of red, then this map could be over already.
Yeah, 100% it could. It's looking really good for blue right now, but you're going to have Dragonite, who's going to have their first overclock over here, see if they can pop off with that. Saw a beautiful one yesterday. Hopefully, for them, they can duplicate that success. But still, you need to get something going here, because this is a map type where it can be so difficult to come back once you're behind so much early on. But here comes the overclock. That was aforementioned here, as you see the aggression from Dragonite to try to find somebody who's separated, but everyone is playing so carefully, not willing to give this to the aggression as the trades start being able to come through here. And Cabby likely going to have to use the self-destruct here just to try to stay alive, keep their team in this one, and while they will remech here, I can't imagine this is going to be a very easy fight to bring back, but Cabby is more than happy to prove me wrong as they're doing their darndest to stay in this one, but it's becoming a struggle.
Oh, and now look at this. Now the D.Va is just going to sit on the objective and start taking the spot away. It's just a Mars left on the objective, gets taken down late in the fight. And now they get the objective to start going back to their side. A lot of ults. Okay, now we got to talk about red team. They have all their chips back, except for the overclock, which was used in this last engagement. But you cannot use all 4 of your ults in this engagement if you want to win out this map, because otherwise blue team is going to recognize that, save their own ults, and then win another ult fight when you have nothing to retaliate with, right? You need to be careful not to let that happen. If you pop all 4 of your ults here, 4 minutes left on the clock, you get maybe another 1 ult fight in, but you need to make sure that you don't blow up your ult economy in a really negative way. Otherwise, I mean, blue team have a chance to just run away with this, especially also the side of blue team. This is not completely won from them yet. They need to make sure not to also pop all of their ults.
Yeah, and you're going to see the beat used a little aggressively here to kind of cause Avalanche to have to back out of this one, kind of reassess their aggression. Southern Remember still has a beat available. Barely gets it out, by the way. Dangerously close to losing that one as Cloudcon comes through. Southern, he's just completely separatively burnt away along with the song. So now you're just going to see a stall game from the rest of the blue squad. Make this last as long as possible with this stall. Maybe give support to their forward spawn, but the problem for Cabby Ermac, these forward spawns will not apply to them. And for Avalanche, who is so close to going down, barely gets out alive.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to live just by the skin of his teeth. And I was worried about them popping all their ults. However, Dragonite and Orpheus able to build up their ults incredibly fast, right? Orpheus now at 61%. You don't have a beat on the side of the blue squad, but they have the rush, they have the bomb, and they have the bolt. So it's still a scary situation as you have nothing to retaliate with. If blue recognizes this, they can definitely try to push this aggression that they have the advantage on, and they could try to get something done, especially since they don't have forward spawn yet, right? Not having forward spawn at this point in the game is so not... It's not good. It's not good to say the least. The rush is going to be used here from Ermac, trying to get a little bit of space off this high ground. Oh my god, how they tried to cause a million damage. He is going to be able to stay alive right now. Pulse bomb gets utilized, not able to find anything. Braven look at...
Oh, I love this bomb.
Oh, that's a bomb.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I don't hate it though. It causes everyone to have to disrupt for a moment. It gives everyone a moment to kind of regroup and restabilize a little bit. It doesn't get any value outside of that, but I think it's fine, especially as Cabby barely stays alive and is continuing to build pressure. And importantly as well, they are draining clock with this long fight, ultimately. You might lose it at the end of the day, but the fact that you've taken like more than 30 seconds away, that does mean something.
Yeah, Cabby taking out the mech here. It's probably going to allow this forward spawn to finally be unlocked here from the red side. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Cabby gets taken down. There goes Fox. The wham bam. There we go. It's going to be a forward cap here and a butt scratch here from red. And now they're the ones in terms of ult economy advantage, right? They have 4 ults in their back pocket, and blue don't really got anything. They're close to a beat. They're close to an OC, sure, but... I mean, red just have a complete advantage here, and if they play their cards right, they can absolutely take this lead. It's not over just yet, despite, you know, the massive, climb they had to make in order to get to this position.
Yep, and early on here, you lose Braven, and you've thrown 3 ultimates into this fight. You need desperately to win, and getting rid of Ermac, that is a great way to set yourself up in that territory to be able to do so. Avalanche doesn't have the Kiriko heals anymore, and eventually it's just going to be straight up separated. And now without any ultimates, you're trying to maybe get Tether that beat, but unfortunately, I don't think getting it's going to matter a whole lot as that lead should fall away here for the blue squad, as unfortunately, you just don't have the bodies left to sustain.
Yeah, it was... They needed to win that fight. If red didn't win this fight, the map was over, right? They popped 3 of their ults and Braven gets taken down. They absolutely needed to win this. And now blue team is at the disadvantage, right? They have the ults, sure, but they have to win so many fights in a row in order to secure the win here. It's doable, it's possible, yes, absolutely. But you, again, can't pop all your ults. There's an overclock from the side of Avalanche, who does find 1 immediately, make it 2. It's just going to be a team wipe here from the side of blue team. Yeah. But it's such a difficult task. Now, you have to win 3 more fights in a row, yeah. I'll say. 3 more, yeah. Probably. With a minute left on the clock, you have to make sure to stagger your ults out, which they do have in the back pocket, right? They do have 4 ults on the table here. You're going to have to go massive with these. And you're going to have to use them not all at the same time.
Yeah. At the very least, you take that first step, 4 spawns have been taken away. And now you question how you want to take this aggression. And to be fair, there's nothing that's great in this situation, because you could go with the Quicksand Rush and probably win this fight off of that, but then you have to worry about another fight later about SC being able to do the exact same thing back to you. So you have to really manage what you're going to use and know how much it's going to affect you later on. As Orpheus hits the beat, that gives Tethered the green light to be able to let their own go and sustain through it. Especially you see Draconite separated over. You see SC have to kind of go over and give a little bit of care. Unfortunately, they both are going to get bursted down. That's going to open up the door big time for this Blue Squad to keep things going, especially as we enter this overtime thing. Samarth is separated, will be burnt down in a moment here. This is realistically going to come down to one final big fight. And remember, Ermac has to consider rush, and Essie is honestly nowhere close.
Braven has to go massive with this Pulse Bomb. This has to connect on this somewhat. If you can kill this Kiriko with this Pulse Bomb, which it happens in 2 out of 100 worlds, then it can go absolutely massive here. That's the worry, that's the concern right now. From the side. Panopticon used, Braven misses the Pulse Bomb, Avalanche dropping so incredibly low, Panopticon is able to connect on his thumb. So many ults are, oh, Samarth finds 2, the ults are so not there from the side of blue. Oh, Basong going crazy though. Wait a minute, Basong.
Yeah, and it's big. You get the remake too, so it's just the Basong show right now, but unfortunately they're gone. And Draconite clears house here. Unfortunately, Cabby doing everything they can to pull that back, and Draconite is going to help close things out. They almost brought it back, but just not quite there. Close, but no cigar. To be fair, that's easily the most back and forth map we've had of the day so far. And it says something for the members that have been on this blue team consistently so far. But honestly, I think it's a great performance for both sides, and it's big for someone like Draconite, who, while had a slower start, that second half, they felt like one of the biggest pop-off players of that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that was a definite better showing from both of these teams. Really neck and neck. It does go the way of the red, unfortunately, for the side of blue. But I mean, listen, if you continue up with this momentum, if you keep going, it's not going to be a full sweep. I know it won't be a full sweep. There's definitely an opportunity to improve. There's changes that can be made. Each map, we learn more and more about what the enemies are going to run. You can decide what you want to ban. You can decide, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to play like this. You know, you're learning more and more about your opponents with each map that you get played in. So you have to, maybe you're going like, okay, we know that Orpheus is a little low. He's a little slow on beat game. We got to play around that, right? Samarth likes to play really aggressively. We can try to punish that, right? There's definitely things that you can be learning here from both of these teams. And maybe some different compositions to swap through, as we do see Braven on that Vendetta.
And that is interesting, because we haven't really seen the Vendetta play today. Obviously, it was banned out previously, so cannot be banned again by the blue team. But it'll be fascinating to see if Samarth decides to go with the Zarya to pair up with it, because over the course of these last couple of months, the most dominant pairing together really has been that Zarya and the Vendetta with each other. It's really hard to work against that. It's difficult for a reason. We'll see if the team decides to ever nuke that at one point. We'll get there when we get there. But it'll be interesting to see what goes to form, as you've got to have no bans this map, Ninja, and we'll see what these teams will be able to do without them here, as you're seeing a lot of swaps. Honestly, I don't feel like I could say a word until they properly get out the doors.
Yeah, I am a little hesitant to saying anything. We do see Braven on that Symmetra, but it'll probably just be for the TP out, and maybe they'll go back to the Vendetta. Samarth onto that ball that we've been seeing out of them. Really good so far. But we'll have to see what the plan is in terms of how you play around that. The song on that Pharah is definitely an interesting choice here. But again, Kiri Lucio backline, something that we've been seeing constantly, and it's not going away unless, they break Kiri's kneecaps and remove Suzu or something like that. There's really no way around Kiriko being meta. But we'll have to see, maybe a ban comes through to ban out the Kiri. That could be an option.
Yeah, there are some really good options here at the end of the day. But we'll see the Diva versus the Wrecking Ball once again. Basong being over on the Pharah, something we saw a little briefly, actually, on this map right here yesterday during the first day of tryouts. We'll see if it works out, because it wasn't the most effective thing in the world previously. It did find some good bright spots. But we'll see if it's a little easier, as Draconite still in on that Sojourn, hoping to have another great map here. Proceed onward, but for the moment being, contention over on the point. Dragonite forced into the corner. Eventually going to be caught with the direct and will be taken out as that Pharah getting things strong as blue team going to start with the point as Samar's lucky to be out with their life intact.
Oh, SA is really incredibly low here. Gonna probably be okay. Took a while to get it done, but they got him taken out. And now these late kills are gonna be pretty bad for the set of red team, actually, especially with how late these are. And okay, we are gonna see a swap from Dragonite over to that Ashe to deal with this Pharah, which I think the Pharah is doing a lot right now. I think the Pharah is able to apply so much pressure, provide so much damage, and I really like that pick here from Basong. The swap over to the Ashe, definitely good, definitely needed. Maybe you swap over to something a little bit more less diveable from something like a D.Va. Maybe you can go like Cassidy, something like that. But we'll have to see how it starts out as Avalanche opens up with the kill into SA, and that's probably going to be a reset immediately. And now you really only have one fight for this point.
Yeah, and Smart is going to give up on the ball. I like this. Going to go over to the Domina instead. He's going to play a little more structured and try to take a bigger presence over on that point. And honestly, I think this is a really good swap. Realizing quickly, like, hey, this isn't working. Let's take a different approach here. We'll see how well that approach is because they can also help take care of Basong now as well. So that gives you another option to take care of one of the most deadly forces as Overtime is going to activate as the free flip's going to come through. So this is going to become really interesting, Ninja. This is going to open up a door potentially, but Basong now has a barrage ready to go here as only 11% is going to be cut out. Someone needs to retouch, but they can't get back.
I completely forgot about Pharah's sub roll, which I think is doing wonders right now for Basong. When people are critical HP, you get to see them through walls. Okay, SA just absolutely shuts them down there. But I really forgot about that sub roll. I haven't seen anybody play Pharah since that came out. But I think it's doing a lot right now. It's providing information about you know, the people that you tag up. I mean, obviously you saw Orpheus there get tagged, dropped to 1 HP, and Basong was hunting him like a dragon, right? But now we're like in a little bit of a tricky situation here for the side of red team. They don't have ults. It's 5 ults to nothing right now. Maybe you can build up your ults if you play slow enough. But I mean, as long as blue don't shoot everything immediately, this should be another fight win. Holy barrage, Batman.
Yeah, and Samarth just gets burnt down. It's still alive though and has gotten all that health back. So now it's a question of how much both teams want to invest here. If the Banop comes ready, it goes out, and unfortunately, I don't think it catches on to anybody as Feather gets pushed back into the pulse bomb by Samarth as the beat eventually going to be used, and this point eventually going to have to surrender as Cappy is going to hold on to that bomb and forced off the point, which means they have to reset themselves. And that ends up being, I believe, a 7 ultimate fight. That is insane.
Yeah, 7 ults is definitely expensive, but I think I like the side of blue more. They have 2 in the back pocket, just the Ashe online for the side of red team. And while the entire engagement was going, the percentage was getting ticked up. However, with Avalanche dropping like that, it's going to kind of even up the percentage, and you lose that advantage that you had before, as we're now going to be in even ult charges, or point percentages, excuse me. But we'll have to see what the move is, as they are going to try to force out this Tracer, but maybe they attack from the side here, and you can deal with somebody like this Ashe on that high ground.
Yeah, 100%. And you still have the Bob to have an extra little bit of stability over on the point for Dragonite. So now you can play this carefully as they're going to take the aggressive approach. Immediately the Bob because a little bit more of a disruption. And everyone's going to be able to actually kind of come back together really easily and loop around. Try to find someone in the back right there, and Sethered is going to be taken out early. This is looking great for the red squad, but now they played their hand, I think, maybe a little too far forward as they lose out on a little more of their backline as that bomb needs to find something as the panel gets taken out at the last second. And now it's down to the DPS to clutch this one up, and it looks like they've done it, but they're going to need some help quickly.
Yeah, if red play fast enough, which they absolutely can do, this Panopticon can go massive and connect onto so many players. I mean, blue have pretty much nothing in the fight, right? They only really just have close to rush, close to barrage, but they're 70%. And I mean, this Panopticon's online. You're close to some ults from the side. You just need to win. You need to get a neutral pick, right? If you're set of blue, and that's the opposite of a neutral pick. That's getting neutral picks. So that's not going to be good for this next engagement.
No, it's not, as Basong is really separated at this point. It's a brushing. Gets rid of Orpheus, unfortunately loses themselves in the process, and unfortunately, Cabby needs Ermac and Sether to get back. It's just not going to happen, though, as, well, both teams are going to get to 99. Red keeping bodies on the point. Stethered has been taken care of, and Avalanche is going to throw their body on as the Panopticon gets used here. So honestly, at the end of the day, that last retouch is in a sense worth it, because you get rid of a really good ultimate.
Yeah, the Panopticon usage there is a little interesting. I guess you do secure the point, but I don't think there was that much threat left. I think it was just Avalanche and the Kiriko left from the side of blue. So you know, I don't think you really needed to pop that one. And now blue team is going to be able to get bodies on the objective first. They don't have ults, but I mean, if you can just kind of stall out this first engagement, you can build something up and try to get this first cap here.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to have your Kitsune Rush for both sides at the very least. So the moment you see Ermac use theirs, SC is going to use theirs immediately after the fact right here, as you're going to see the aggression. They're going to try to get bodies out alive, and they're going to delay it a little bit, and they use the beat instead, as Heavy eats the pulse bomb, and now this is a beautiful fight for the blue team right here, because now you don't have the beat to deal with anymore, so it's going to be a little awkward in this next fight.
Yeah, the beat was too late, wasn't able to connect onto Samarth, and so now they're in a little bit of a down position. The pulse bomb was also utilized, and so blue have the advantage in terms of ultimates. They have the percentage on the point right now. Okay, now we're at this position again where you cannot get neutral pick, right? That's a problem. You cannot get neutral pick like they have happened a little bit. The overclock and the that's not a good pick here.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's a little on the rough side, and Braven only want to get out of there. You're 60%, so you have time for a good recontention. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush without having to worry about any support ultimates from the blue side, so you have a better setup here. The problem is, you've got to be able to get to this point and force a fight, and hopefully not have to use both ultimates if you don't have to.
Yeah, if both ults get utilized here, that would be pretty upsetting here. Oh,
they're going for it. Wow.
That Bob was not anywhere close to point. I mean, they can give up this flip here because it doesn't really matter. They're getting the picks. Ermac finds 2, and so now there's just 2 players left on the side of red team, and Bob is going to fall away eventually, and they need to kill these last 2 stragglers, and then the point's going to come back and you're going to cap. Bob.
Yeah, and Braven can't retouch either, so yeah, that point's done and dusted. Ultimately. So we head over to our 4th point, and just a reminder once again, we will be playing all 5 points of Flashpoint no matter how this 4th point goes down, and the player's now well aware of that. I'll tell a funny story about yesterday once we get out of this map, but you still have the Kitsune Rush right now if you're SC, but Ermac is going to have it to match, so there is a lot to deal with in this fight. I think we're going to have another heavy investment like we did previously back on the 2nd point, but we're just kind of honestly have to wait and see who is be the first to pull the trigger.
Yeah, we're looking for something to get done here. A lot of ults available on the side of the blue team. Braven's getting focused out a little bit by Basong, taking this 1v1 duel and managing to get the job done. Panopticon gets used rush off the high ground here. Right now, blue team have ults still that they can decide to use if they want to. The barrage is going to connect onto 1. Hobby's going to clean up a kill onto Orpheus. The flip comes through. The rush is utilized from the side of red, and it doesn't really get any value. It's just a mark left, who might get a trade, but Raven's back. That's a trade.
Yeah, but eventually maybe gets one more touch, but nah. He's just gonna have to stay alive and set up for this next fight. So again, you're back in a situation where Ermac has been very patient using the Kitsune Rush. It should pay off in spades in this next fight. Realistically, it should anyway, as Braven really wants to find Stether early on with this Pulse Bomb. Unfortunately, not going to allow it. But SC actually goes down extremely early, so you lose out on such an effective tool earlier on. Braven's going to happily try to keep them in this one right here, as Sethered eventually gets rid of their counterpart, Lucio. But eventually, someone is going to have to fall over, and it's looking like Red Team is going to be falling into that area, as Basong, lucky to be alive, is trying to stay alive. Hang around is eventually going to go down, though, as unfortunately Smart is just so far separated.
Almost gets another trade onto Lucio there, but not able to get it done in the end. And now, I mean, ult charge favors the blue team. The percentage favors the blue team. Red team doesn't have their tank right now. Braven gets taken down. You have the beat, sure. But what's the plan once you you know, have this beat? I mean, you kind of just have to get this objective, no?
Yeah, you have to. There's nothing you can do about it. But you know where the fifth and final objective is going to be at, so you can act accordingly and already make your way over there. The problem is that the spawn is quite far away, as we're taking a little bit of a fight in the middle of the map here a little bit. You lose Steather early on, so you can't speed out of here. So now you're afraid of having someone else be caught out. You have to use a cleanse to keep bodies alive. But if you lose anybody else, you've basically surrendered the fight for that next point here, as you somehow get rid of Braven, by the way, as bomb is used from Cabby, and they're not going to remech.
What? These ults are very interesting. The Panopticon is going to be utilized. You don't have to commit anything to this first engagement.
No.
The point hasn't even unlocked yet. You don't have to commit anything. Sure, you could get this first cap, like, guaranteed, but you don't need to pop things like the Panopticon, like the bomb. I mean, you can definitely use those in later engagements, and I mean, I guess I'm allowing it because it's just both tank ults for naught, but I mean, blue team is going to be back faster. They're going to be able to get this first cap, and I didn't much care for that play. We'll have to see how this beat that Orpheus has been holding for quite a while is going to be utilized.
Yeah, 100%. But beat used here aggressively just to make Avalanche's life a little more difficult to find the value with that overclock. But you see the point, trying to be flipped over. Cabby has to force their body on here, back and forth, is trying to stay alive to the best of their ability. Consider Rush eventually going to be used by both sides to try to keep things going, but Cabby, unfortunately, burnt down, is one outside of that mech. Will eventually go, but Ermac trying to bring this back for their squad has already gotten rid of two, hoping to find a third. Does end up finding the third. Is the point going to flip over? Braven, lucky to still be going, it has to eventually pull back. Is trying not to run into the face of Ermac to try to keep things going, but eventually the rest of the red team should be able to get back and restabilize.
Get you a fourth Ermac? Oh, never mind. Teleport directly in. Smarth gets two. Fine, listening up. Unfortunate, but Smarth does have that ultimate online. Nothing else in the back pocket for the red team. Basong has that barrage available, which so far has been getting pretty consistent value. Last one did kill themselves, but I mean, hey, you got your one at least, is what they're saying in chat. So we'll have to see if they're able to provide similar value here. Right now, Dragon Knight taking a lot of damage, has to slide on out, almost gets taken out of late engagement. Double slide already used, and I like this angle here from Basong. And now you're gonna have to be a little careful. Whoa! Basong gets taken down. That's a bad pick, and that's gonna. I mean, I don't really know what else you can do. You have nothing else in your arsenal.
You have to just get out a little bit and eventually set up for another touch, because Samarth is going mega aggressive early on. Ermac is stunned down, and now Samarth could just use the solo Panopticon if they wanted to, because this one's kind of already done and dusted, because Basong is getting forced out of the fight. Manages to actually get rid of Braven, but unfortunately, just no one can commit a retouch. And that's a really good display there of Red to finish things out strong, by realizing, hey, we have the ults to do that. Let's take the advantage early and make this happen. And noticing when that aggression needs to be used and when it needs to be held back, that's important. And I think Smarth is one of the better players that's able to kind of identify it's like, hey, there's blood in the water. We need to strike right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. But hey, you know what? Blue gets their first point.
Yeah, there we go.
Guarantee their first point. And so now we're going to be in a position here where... you know, I think that Pharah did a lot. I think the Pharah swap was really good there. I think that it enabled a lot. It provided a lot of damage. It kind of punished out Samarth a little bit, who, you know, was having to play a little bit less aggressively. But we'll have to see, you know, how Red Team responds to this. As I don't think, okay, no swaps, nothing yet. But you know, I'm interested to see how these teams respond to that, because this is Blue's first map win. What is Red going to do to respond, you know?
Yeah, 100%, because obviously you have a massive swing of momentum during especially the middle parts back on Cervasa, so you need to find some kind of response. And honestly, I wouldn't hate it at the end of the day if they decided, like, hey, maybe we do actually bring Smarth over on the Sigma, who we have not gotten the opportunity to see today yet, so it's going to be really fascinating to see if that actually ends up being the case. We'll see if bans, I think bans are, yeah, no bans for this map, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think that's the message from last map, so I'm gonna go ahead and not gaslight y'all, not gaslight Ninja. I'm gonna keep it to myself on this one, and we'll see if any bans come to form. But to be fair, if we see Cabby on the Domina and Smarth over on the Sigma, I think that could be fascinating.
Yeah, that could be definitely interesting. I don't know how I feel. Meow. God, that cat is definitely a character of all time. Orpheus, man, on that character. We'll have to see how it's going to be able to perform here. I'm a little confused about the comp, but we'll have to find out. I'm interested. I'm hesitant, but there's definitely compositions that are worse. But the Mercy pick is definitely gonna make me lean towards the worst side. But again, we can't say anything bad because they're not out yet, right?
Exactly.
They haven't started anything. So we'll have to see what comes through from these teams.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fascinating because again, nothing's locked in place until we walk up doors. But I feel like these are gonna be the comps pretty much. Braven is going to have the TP, so you're likely going to see them push out into choke and TP into the building left side of point and try to set them up on a couple of angles on the top, put some bodies on point, and really give them a good position here. We'll see if I'm gaslighting or if I'm actually a certified ball knower. We're gonna find out very shortly.
Yeah, we will definitely see for sure. As we do see pretty similar comps. No cat today, unfortunately. No cat can be available. I don't know if I love the cat personally. I've seen a couple teams run the cat. It is definitely an option, but you have to be a little confident on that cat. So I like this. I like the Symmetra though. I like the Symmetra.
I do. I think it's going to be very effective once you find the inherent value from it. Because it can be a little hard to find the value, because you don't get it until you really, truly get into a fight and you get somebody separated. But they did end up taking the angles over on this building. The problem is that you're not throwing everyone onto the point right now if you're the blue squad. You're letting yourself take the angles here as Basong picks up the first elimination, gets the second, the third, burning bodies away, gets 4 to finish off the fight here as they're gonna be able to, unfortunately, get staggered out as they take one with them.
Got my one, they're saying in chat. Hey, chat, got my one. So that is a good trade, I guess, from the side of Fox. But, I mean, we're gonna have to see another recontest going through. Samarth on the Sigma. Not a lot of ult charge yet from the side of red team. I mean, Braven just swapped to that Tracer, so they are only at 20%. But Avalanche is only about 50%, and Fox getting taken down. Oh, nice 2K from Braven there.
Yeah,
Sun does get a trade out, and Samarth is taken down next. Braven trying to make this still a winnable situation. The Kiriko broke their ankles, and there's the recall going to be forced. Avalanche finds another. And this is probably going to be the side of red taking this first point.
Yeah, again, I feel like the DPS performance has been really, especially important already in this map. Basong earlier 4K, Braven gets the 3 right there. Does get the angles a little shuffled, but at the end of the day, they're able to eventually find the blows that they need. But it's a really good performance to get things started for them to bounce back from that last map. Especially now you're going to this next engagement, and this is where things are going to get very poke heavy once again. You're going to see Blue try to dominate the high grounds a little bit more, but because you have Cabby over on the Domina, you kind of do have to fight at this corner a little bit more. You're probably going to see that Panopticon come out aggressively here in a couple of seconds, but you need to find the right targets, as the song's actually going to go for the Blade instead. Gets rid of 2, make it a 3-piece, 4-piece combo, and fries, and a mother-loving drink.
That was a really good blade. Considering that was just a dry blade to hold everything, I mean, you are absolutely happy with this. Oh, I like this blade from Braven. Ooh, Braven is going to try to look for a spawn. Wait, the Flux? Okay, the Flux didn't really do anything, but both Rush are going to be used. Panopticon's going to use from Kabi here. So I'm going to dash on in, not able to find anything just yet. Braven gets taken down from Ermac. Ermac has been doing incredibly well on the Kiriko in these last couple of maps.
Yeah, but you're seeing more and more of an investment here as you see Southern Fox is going to use that tidal wave. Doesn't get a ton off of it, but it's going to stem the bleeding a little bit here. You want to try to make red take as long as possible to push out of here. But now that they have the sound barrier available, you're likely to see a pretty aggressive engagement here in a moment when they feel like everyone is properly set up. But everyone is so low right now, and eventually B going to be used. It's going to throw him back into the wall almost immediately as Cabby's separated. There is a cleanse online as they're able to stabilize for a little bit longer. Dragon Knight wants to try to find some bodies over here with the overclock. And while no one has gone down from it quite yet, it's causing everybody to have to run and hide and stay alive. At the very least, Blue is keeping themselves in this engagement.
Oh, Avalanche gets taken down. Braven and Orpheus next to follow, so it looks like a cleanup there. As he gets the kill into Ermac, that's kind of nice, but a trade comes through. The Sigma is the last player left alive. He's going to look with his schizophrenia at his team dead and realize that the voices are in his head the entire time, as we have 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock and not a lot to offer us as in terms of ult charge. Maybe a flex online, maybe a rush coming up here soon from the side of red, but I'm not entirely sure what Blue's going to be using in response.
There's not a whole lot to use in response here, quite honestly. You're going to see a flux run onto Cabby. You might see the Tunnel Blast come through to keep them alive. In fact, that's exactly what happens, but they'll go down anyway, so it just ends up going down the drain. So now you just got to try to get everybody alive so you can set up for another fight here, but you're seeing people run for the hills, and everyone looks like they're going to be able to get out alive as Samarth goes from the top rope, hits the accretion, and Southern Fox, unfortunately, gonna have to wait a little bit longer to get back into the fight.
Yeah, really good stuff from the side of red. They are able to get some push going. A minute and 40 left on the clock. A couple of ults coming online here, close to that blade, close to their own rush. Rush on the side of SA. Maybe we'll be able to do something here. Orpheus 85 to that beat. I like the Lucio better than I like the Wu Ying. I know the Wu Ying pumps out a lot of damage, but the beat is just such a critical ult to have in your back pocket.
It really is, and now you have a blade ready if you're Basong. You get rid of Orpheus early, so you could go for the blade for style, and in fact, you're going to anyway. You've got multiple bodies to cut down right here. Eventually going to find one, gonna find two, as they're gonna be able to clear this fight away, as, yeah, Brightman got hit with the reset earlier, so now this is great for them, but now you're walking to a sound barrier, and in Blue, unfortunately, they have no real response for it.
I don't know if I love that blade. I'll be on. Oh, SA, you cannot be going down like that. I was gonna say I didn't really like that blade. They were already down 2. You kind of were just using it to clean up, and you could have saved it realistically. But I mean, hey, getting in the neutral pick like that. What is this play here from Ermac here? He's gonna be trying to go for a flank couple of picks here, but Avalanche is gonna be trying to scope him out, and SA barely gonna be able to get. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, so incredibly low is Ermac, but he's going to be able to get out with his life. 30 seconds left on the clock, and nothing in the back pocket for Blue here. This is going to be a little bit of a daunting challenge here.
Yeah, this is rough, and Smart is trying their darndest to get up towards this Gravitic Flux, but again, you still have the BTBOs the same, but because this fight's gone on longer, Draconite, Tethered, Cabby are getting closer to these other ultimates that are going to be extremely fight-defining, and that beat, it doesn't accomplish much outside of taking them off of the high ground a little bit here, but still, someone has to go get the touch over on this point. Samarth going to be the one to do it with the Flux online. Is going to catch it onto Cabby specifically, who's being kept up, given the tidal wave as well. Is going to run down the Samarth to try to burn them down. Panopticon thrown in, gets blocked out by the shield though. Even with that being the fact, though, Blue is looking to stabilize, looking to end this one right here as everyone trying to rush over back towards the point here. Samarth getting all the care in the world. Consider rush right around the corner. It's going to come out, but unfortunately, they lose the tank, and Blue will be able to stabilize.
Whoa, man, this is back and forth. I'm watching Ermac's POV, and this guy is so aggressive. He does not care if his Domina lives. He doesn't care if his Domina dies. He wants his one. I'm watching him take these Kiriko 1v1s while SA is trying to keep their Sigma alive, and he's just running him down with this while the rush is still active. And I mean, this is a really good place for Blue to be in right now. You need to push it pretty much to second objective, a little bit close. To getting that full cap on second objective, but it is definitely doable. I do think that Samarth, yeah, okay, we do see Samarth swap off of that Sigma. I think that was a little bit of a problem. I think Domino right now in the state that they are in is pretty much just a stronger Sigma, realistically. So I definitely think that swap is good. Considering there's no bans on the table, and we're going to see a Domina mirror here, which is something that I haven't seen all too often, except for the preseason boot camp where it was required. So we'll have to see how that comes through, and also an interesting backline here from the side of red. Ana Brig is something that you don't really run unless you have a dive tank, which you do not have right now. So we'll have to see what value this provides.
Yeah, I'll be really curious as well. And the thing is that it gives them a certain level of stability with each other. Because the reason why the Ana Brig was always strong wasn't just because it was good with the dive. It was because that you knew you're going to get counter dived, and that was the best pairing possible to survive an engagement from like a Winston Tracer situation. That's why it's so strong. So if the same thing happens where Basong and Ermac are going to be aggressive in that backline again, having the break on it is probably going to give you the best course of stability of being able to keep each other alive. Because that on a break, you do not want to leave each other's side. You want to be stuck like glue, because if you don't, you will be burnt down quickly as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. A solo Ana or a solo Brig is easy pickings, especially for these dive DPS like this Genji. But we'll have to see. A lot of space already being given up by Red. They already allow Blue through this choke, and Raven being taken down first is not a great look. Look at how far back they have to play. I mean, there's already bodies on the objective here, and we're only 40 seconds in. Samarth taken down, and Red just kind of gave up the entire map for free. A sweep gets applied. Sure, that's cool and all. Congratulations on getting your participation trophy, but nothing able to be gained. Oh, Dragon Knight getting taken down, actually. Maybe it could be a contest back.
Definitely.
As long as they play correctly.
Yeah, Raven can get initial touch here and give time to Samarth to be able to go in and get that in the next engagement afterwards. Gets a good sleep, but unfortunately gets taken out early. And unfortunately, Avalanche has just thrown their body on to the point, and now you're looking at a massive cleanup here. Samarth and SC are trying to get out, but Samarth is just in no position to be able to do so, as you see the Ana running, wants to get out alive, but unfortunately, defected sleep, not happening.
That's not good. That's not good, Your Honor. That is going to be your flex support taken out of the engagement before the engagement actually begins. What a huge stagger from the side of Red, or from the side of Blue, excuse me. So now they have options available to them, but they can't play too far forward because they don't have their Ana online just yet. Orpheus is playing a little forward, waiting for their support to come back to keep them alive. And right now, this objective is just getting pushed for free, essentially. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, and this cart is already moving underneath. There is a Tracer going to be contesting on this objective. The phenomenon has been used. Trying to look for something to get done here. It's such a big dash here. No sleep getting applied. The rally gets applied. The Suzu is good to keep him alive, but I think the Genji song is going to finally be ending. Dragon Knight gets a nice pick on Orpheus, so it is a 2-4 situation right now. The Nano is online here from the side of Essay, who is going to be applying it. But did it go to anybody? I think
they lost it.
Nano Jax.
Yeah, it is the Nano
Jax. Not great.
Yeah, and now this is rough because now 4 minutes left, and remember, Scrimco, the bot is, or not the bot, the card is going to continue past the thing if it does go past. But you're looking at that territory right now where you're going to have to throw something in. The pulse bomb, no stick, no result there, unfortunately, as now you have a song ready with a blade. Tile Blast being thrown as well. They'll get slept, though. Will be kept alive momentarily. Get stunned out anyway. This is going to be the big cleanup coming through for the Blue Squad that will eventually go and win this map, as they're going to be able to clean out Raven here momentarily. But the map is going to continue on, as we'll see with this massive time bank if they'll be able to finish the map.
Yeah, really good plays there from Blue, using their ultimates that they've been having in their back pocket for so long. And now there's 5 minutes left on the clock. Avalanche, so incredibly low here, going to be taken down. Tabi finds that pick. They just got bad spawn, unfortunately. Oh, nice block onto the Ana to not give him any care whatsoever. Samarth is going to use the Panopticon here to get kind of Tabi, excuse me, but this objective's not getting pushed anymore, which is good. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Raven has swapped over to the Ashe now, so double hits against inside of Red Team, which I don't love entirely here, but there's ults available for both teams here. The objective is moving a little bit, but we'll have to see how these teams respond now in terms of what this next engagement entails.
Yeah, because now you have a Kasune Rush and not much to be able to match into it. Avalanche could maybe stem momentum with the overclock, but at the end of the day, that's your best option. You have nothing else. The Nano's available to maybe you throw that onto Samarth, but you lose Basalt early on, so for Red, they have some sense of momentum coming back to them right now. You could still choose to do a Kasune Rush here, but it would be a massive gamble in the situation, as Cabby's going to go ahead and invest the Panopticon, but Avalanche is going to try to double down in his backline with the Nano, eventually taken out. But with that sleep over onto Cabby, this is not going to go any further. Trying to live, trying the darndest, is
Yeah, a beautiful live there. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. The rush is available here from Ermac, who has been doing incredible this map. Braven has that Bob, Samarth has that Panopticon, Orpheus has that rally available. So we'll have to see what comes through here. Braven getting a nice little off angle. Oh my gosh, the Suzu's already been forced. Dragon Knight's so incredibly low. The Panopticon gets utilized. It's going to be popped on a Dragon Knight who doesn't get any value off of it. The Bob and the rally are utilized. Armac, oh, that's really nice stun actually to shut everything down, and that's going to be another reset.
Yeah, that Bob ended up being placed perfectly, and the supports had to back out, had to separate, and just get punished as a result. So now you're gonna see Basong gonna go back over towards that Genji that we've seen in previous affairs. But you're going to have a couple of good ultimates going into this fight. Dragon Knight's been really consistent with the overclock. Obviously, the Tidal Blast has kept Cabby alive on more than one occasion thus far. So you're going to see some level of aggression here, but you're probably going to have to initiate with some pressure if you're Dragon Knight and get some early value. But if we're talking about value, they have found it.
Yeah, a really good bubble onto that Genji there to get so much value. Ermac might really kill onto Avalanche. Samarth does get a trade onto Ermac, however, but it is going to be a team kill, and there's no ults on the side of red team for them to recontest unless SA is able to build this nano at a remarkable pace. Raven's going to be the touch here, so we'll have to see if he's going to be able to get something going. They are going to be able to contest this 5, actually, excuse me. And actually, Blue's going to get off of the objective, surprisingly. I don't know why they did that entirely. A minute 50 left on the clock. They could have forced a touch here, but now everybody's gonna come back, and now this nano's available for the side of red team, and so now overclock gets popped from Dragon Knight. Nano's boost gets applied to Avalanche, who is gonna try to mirror it. The Panopticon is utilized from Kabe. I don't know what they're gonna be.
Yeah, they're struggling to stay alive right now. It's really rough, but you need to burn through it. Someone eventually is going to have to fall over, as Samarth has their own Panopticon ready to go now. Obviously want to find the right target over here. It's going to be tossed into the wall, unfortunately. That is not an Overwatch character, as the blade being utilized. Basong cut through one, will eventually be taken down, but I think that should be enough. The bodies need to start putting themselves on the cart, and with the full wipe coming through, that's going to be Blue finishing the map with about a minute on the clock here. Looking fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Blue there. I was a little worried. I was a little concerned about why they didn't push up with the advantages that they had. When it was, it was just Nash that would have had to contest, but they decided not to push the objective anymore. But they get the job done. They have a minute left on the clock. They get the job done, get all 3 points. They make the score 2-3, which is a really good start from these players. It's been really good right now to see the comeback from this team. And I've been liking the composition choices. I've been liking the Domina. I liked Basong on the Pharah. We'll have to see what else comes out from both of these teams. We'll probably be seeing pretty similar comps to what we've been seeing this entire time. Lucio, Kiri, a Ball, a Domina, a Sojourn is a must, actually, from what it feels like. The Flex DPS is where there's a little bit more wiggle room. They've been running the Genji, they've been running the Tracer, the Pharah has come out a couple times. Ashe on occasion, double hit scan has been, we've been seeing a little bit of that. But there's definitely, we're starting to see more about what these teams are comfortable with, what they prefer to run, what they like to run as some DCs.
Potential DC, potential swap as well. We'll see. The only swap that we have had so far is that we had Essie and Ermac swap sides. So Ermac was on blue over to red, and then subsequently Essie from red over to blue. So we'll see how that changes things up, as Samarth is indeed back in action. And these are the takes that we've seen throughout the day. We saw people like Deathkiller in a little bit yesterday, who had some pretty good performances as well. But obviously we'll be proceeding through this first block with just these 2 tanks. And it gives us the ability to see these players a little bit more, because in other things where you have so many tryouts, you don't get the ability to play so many maps back to back. In this situation, you get to see almost everybody have that ability to do so, and you get to see them in a different light because of that. Because Ninja, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that you can't define a player by one map. It's worth seeing what they can do in an entire block or two and say, okay, how do they adapt? How do they get better? What is their sense of improvement as the series goes on?
Yeah, I've been really liking Ermac on these later maps on this Kiriko. Super aggressive. People always say Kiriko is broken. Oh, they have Suzu, they have teleport. The thing that separates good Kirikos from great Kirikos is the damage output they're able to produce. I know that might be, I might be preaching to the choir here, but listen, if you're a Kiriko and you're able to land your headshots, you can 2-tap pretty much anybody. Nothing can stop you if you can aim on Kiriko. And so I think Ermac has definitely been really, really good on that so far. And I think swapping over to this other team is going to provide a couple of options now. in terms of how they want to play. We'll have to see how Avalanche and Braven kind of play with their Kiriko now that they are going to have a more aggressive Kiriko on their team. But both these teams are running Symmetra probably just for the TP out. Dragon Knight on the cast is definitely an interesting choice. Okay, just, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now? That's what it feels like because he just immediately swaps over to the Soj. Wow.
Listen, we are casters. We are gaslit professionally. That is our existence. That's what we are meant for. But you see the TP immediately over to the point. Samarth gonna try to burn everybody down as Stethered gets knocked off as a result. Oh, that's worst case early on, and this one is already done and dusted away as the last one alive, last one to die. As a ball player, there's no better way to start a fight than that.
Yeah, already getting a lot of ult charge, and we're going to see some immediate swaps here from the side of blue. A Diva swap and a Pharah swap, which are a little interesting, but the first swap cap is going to go to the side of red. I mean, I don't really understand the Pharah all too much. It's not like you had something you had to deal with all too much. I guess maybe you want to shut down this ball by providing a lot of damage. But, there's definitely options available to the table as they actually decide to get off of the objective right now. The Diva is going to decide to push on up here, provide a lot of damage onto that Lucio, who gets pretty much just run down. And Samarth gets booped off of the map by Fox on that Lucio, getting his comeback. And now it's going to be another regroup, and only 20% now for the side of red. And so I'm actually pretty comfortable with this on the side of blue. You get to stabilize, you get to build up your ult charges, and now you have the point. Now you can build a percentage.
Yep, revenge at its finest at the end of the day. We'll see how these proceed. We're gonna have the Pulse Bomb online first and foremost. Remember, with Dragon Knight Basson doing those swaps, they are a little bit more behind in the ult economy, but you already see the aggression over towards the point momentarily. But unfortunately, Ermac being down early, it puts you in a really difficult situation where you cannot really aggress right now. Raven has the Pulse Bomb, is in pretty deep, but honestly, it's just gonna have to go hide towards the enemy's spawn.
Yeah, not a great situation to be in right now. Samarth trying his absolute best to just kind of do something right now on this Lijiang point. Maybe just go for a spawn camp potentially, but this Pharah is the only one left, so they're going to be at the skybox. You're going to be able to, shoot them, I guess, but Raven and this Wrecking Ball aren't going to be able to do all too much. The mines are available for him, so we'll have to see how he utilizes this. Dragon Knight can definitely shut this guy down. But we'll have to see how these ults get popped. Samarth dropping incredibly low. Gonna be kept up just a little bit. You have to keep him alive. Please keep him alive for his MVP.
Yeah, now this is rough, as Kebby is going to be able to retain this mech and not have to use the self-destruct at all, which obviously love to hold on to what is essentially a second life. But they're saying in this right now, Ermac gets a really important elimination here to kind of keep this thing alive, as Samarth is ready to give their aggression over onto the point, as, yep, it will get seen as Basong gets interrupted momentarily, is getting pushed back pretty aggressively as well, as Consider Rush over on the point. Cabby gonna have to potentially pop the bomb here just to kind of stay alive, as you're gonna see nades out there. Basong being given everything to get going. They've already gotten Ratu, will eventually lose their lives, but with Cabby retaining the mech, everybody separated, everybody being torn to shreds as overtime activates, but Samarth is operating alone on the point.
Yeah, Samarth's going to try to do wonders on this Wrecking Ball, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much. The beat gets applied, connects on the 3 players. The Pulse Bomb gets utilized, but Braven drops incredibly low. Kabi is able to finish off that kill. However, Ermac is able to get this, trade. Orpheus gets moved off the map by Fox. And now Avalanche with this overclock is the last remaining hope. Nice kill on the essay. That's pretty cool. However, it doesn't really matter. Samarth is the last one available, and they're going to be taking all the damage in the entire world, eating it like it's their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they are going to be eventually taken down here. Okay, there you go.
Oh, yeah, but they're still hanging around. This isn't like done yet. It's just Braven on the map right now, though. They need to stay alive long enough for somebody to get back, and Ermac is going to be the person to be able to make it back over onto the point. They are somehow keeping themselves alive in this one, but bodies are going to be forced off, and eventually that will do that. But that is an excellent, honestly, almost a full comeback there for Red Team. Unfortunately, Cabby just was consistently alive the entire time, and with that Diva in your face, you just can't get proper damage output. But it's honestly a great display by both teams, frankly.
Just real quick, I don't know if you saw the chat, but we are still on the cams for casters.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah,
I also just got a message. Yeah, I am. Yeah, that is something.
The first map, we'll give you a quick rundown. Kabe on Diva.
Fine.
Kabe on Diva.
I will post the map later. That is, oh, that's embarrassing. That is
Oh Lord.
unfortunate. Well, you know what? Better people than me have done it. That's all I
True.
can
This is
say.
true.
I am
This
not
is
a
true.
I am not a producer. I don't want to give off that impression. I do what I can, but my apologies sincerely on that one. And that's such a chaotic couple of fights too. That's really unfortunate. But map 2 is being displayed here. We're ready to go for the second round. Mega Ninja, save me from my embarrassment.
Okay, I can quickly save you. I think you're the best at what you do, and you deserve all the love in the world. Okay, TP gonna be on the objective right now. It's going to allow the blue team to kind of set up a little bit early here. This ball is going to look for something to be done. Not going to be able to connect on anybody with that slam. Dragon Knight going to be a little bit of ult charge gaining right now. Trying to deal with this Tracer who's on this coast angle. Recall is going to be forced. SA gets booped off of the map, and Ermac shoots him out of the sky like it's Duck Hunt. Beautiful shots there from Ermac there. And it is actually going to still be the first cap. Oh my gosh, this is incredibly chaotic as the first cap comes the way of the blue squad. A big slam onto a lot of players, but the DM is going to provide cover for any remaining damage.
Oh my
Smart gets
god.
taken down, Avalanche gets pushed off the map, and that's going to be an easy team fight win for the side of blue.
Yeah, and Braveman just takes the reset instead, as y'all could actually see it this time. But it's a really good opening fight for Blue to get things started. Cabby has a really good aggressiveness with the D.Va that worked out beautifully during that first fight. But now, you're not going to see them play too overly aggressive here, as Samarth or Braven would love to just touch the point and force them to have to back up towards it and kind of give them more options. But you see that Blue's hanging around in between right now. They don't want to give them too much room or to kind of also be too aggressive and leave themselves exposed.
Yeah, so Martha's going to go in here for a dive, trying to look for something to get done. But this whole entire time, the percentage is still ticking up for the side of blue team. The song gets taken down from Braven on that Tracer. The Symmetra finally dealt with is going to be allowing this team to push up just a little bit because there are no more turrets that can be deployed. So Martha does get taken down from a remaining turret. A little bit of Materdom from the side of the song. And it is going to be, Orpheus runs into a brick wall. Kabi finds another quadruple kill from... Oh my god, Hobbit. Okay, we need to talk. We need to have a conversation about D.Va. This is disgusting.
It is crazy. And again, they've been so good on the D.Va. And the one thing I announced at the beginning is that players were going to get better and better as the day went on. Maybe it didn't start the strongest, but right now it is hot fire. These last couple maps has looked fantastic. And now with 80% on the board, they have ult full coming up on this final fight. They can go to point and force everything to come to place right here because the best thing you can do is go in with considered rushes. Dragon Knight uses the aggression early here and gets rid of Avalanche early.
Yeah. Orpheus is going to be taken down before... okay. The bomb is going to be utilized just for a remech. All good, though. Braven gets taken down. Samarth's the last one available. The rush gets popped. The shield is applied, but it doesn't really matter. Samarth gets taken off of the face of the earth. Orpheus gets taken down next. A 25-player kill streak from Kabi on this D.Va. Somebody has to stop him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's 29-1. Like, hello? Like, hello?
Yeah, that's absolute insanity. Like, because remember, for those that obviously couldn't see that first round, Cabby was just surviving on that point during the long final fight the entire time. They were the only player to never actually die during that fight. So they were picking up every elimination assist that went along with it. They looked phenomenal during that. So now, going to the final point here for Control Center, Smart going back over towards the Domina. Ermac is probably actually going to bring out the Baptiste here for a little bit of extra sustainability. And I actually like that quite a lot. The question is, with Basong and Braven both TPing out, if either of them are going to swap off. Because we saw it before, and honestly, Basong was doing pretty decent on it. But I don't know how much you will be able to utilize it here. But we'll find out momentarily if either team decides to stick with it.
Yeah, something I want to talk about real quick is what you were talking about in terms of, first map jitters versus warming up as the day goes by. And I'm just thinking about the start of this block and right now, right? We started off and the red team won the first control 300 to like 40%, something like that, something ridiculous. But now here we are in a completely opposite situation. Kabi going insane. Gonna swap over to the Ramastra though. I don't know how much I love that, but we'll have to see that at the end of the day. But I mean, listen, this blue team has definitely picked it back up, and they are definitely improving as the day goes on.
I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. But we're going to try to get to a good start for this team Red to finish Lijiang Tower and the first block of the day strong. As Ermac immediately being given pressure by Cabby into that backline, is getting burnt away a little bit, but has plenty of care coming through, as Smarts will be the first one to go down instead. And the over-aggression nearly caused Blue to spike, but everyone coming together, burning down Smart. That's going to give them this first fight win as Avalanche just gets jumped. And Braven, unfortunately, is not in a great position either, as this first fight will be going over to the blue side.
Yeah, Avalanche does fall. Orpheus may be able to get out with their life, but that's going to be a first clap. Ermac is going to swap immediately back over to that Kiriko. Couldn't really run the Baptiste because, you know, they kind of just get ran down, and that is a little bit of a problem that you have to deal with. But we are going to see now another fight engaged here, and a lot of ults coming online here from the side of blue. Surprisingly, Dragonite going to be 73% and counting. They are going to be going to this high ground now, which they are able to do because of this.
No!
Oh, Samar. That's
oh, and are they going to find more? Oh my
god. That's so bad. Oh, Fox. Oh, Fox. You can't do this to them. Are we allowed to show this on stream? This is...
I don't know.
Oh,
these players have families, man. We can't be doing this all the time.
I mean, oh my lord.
All this means is that they took that first boop on back on Garden very personally, as we're finding out.
Very personally, yeah. I don't know if I love that angle that they're taking there. And now, oh, this is a really big split here from the side of blue, as Avalanche and Samar is going to be kind of left alone main. There is two picks, Dragonite and Fox going to be taken down, but now it's a 3v3 situation. Orpheus is going to explode on cooldown. Basong trying to get something done here, but it doesn't really matter as Ermac is taken down. There's the TP as they run for their lives to tell their generals about the story. But 70% and counting, a lot of ults coming online here. That's looking like a problem for Red.
It is definitely going to be a problem for Red here shortly. You have your wall available to kind of keep you alive with that Photon Barrier. It's going to be able to sustain them right now, but unfortunately, you still have an Annihilation to deal with. You're going to try to burn away that wall. It's just not going to happen. But now, you have your own Photon Barrier if you're Basong, and you're trying to end this thing right here, right now. The Super Rush, though, is available to kind of break them through and give them extra sustainability, but Red Fox is going to be able to keep them going with the beat to keep them alive, but someone needs to force the touch. The touch will indeed come through. Orpheus dies for the cause, unfortunately, as Red Team is potentially going to fall apart. That pick onto Cabby, though, keeping their hopes alive here in this final engagement. Unfortunately, Samarth and Ermac only ones left alive right here, and there is just too much damage to deal with here as Braven gets the post-mortem kill, but it is not going to be enough.
Oh yeah, Orpheus getting down, and there it's gonna be 300 to, I don't think it was 300 to 0, but it was pretty close to that. But what a comeback from blue, by the way. Like, what a comeback. It started out incredibly one-sided. I think Red was doing incredibly well at the beginning. And then it kind of just slipped away as blue decided to warmed up a little bit, got more used to the game and had their opponents. I mean, we see
yeah, it's so dirty.
Oh, days. Oh, days. Oh, Lord. You can't show this.
Oh, man. I gotta turn on the mature content thing right now. Gotta throw that one on. But that's a really good display. But I love that I can now sound like a ball knower by saying that, hey, some people are going to start slow. That's going to happen. And instead, hey, they go through and they look really good at the end of the day. And that makes me very, very happy. But with that being the case, Ninja, obviously everything's going to get set in place for the next block. So what we're going to do, for the sake of our sanity, we're just going to go to a quick break for a few minutes, figure things out. But when we come back, we have the second block of the afternoon for the Team Turkey Tryouts. So we'll be back in just a short little while. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We finished up with the first block of the Team Turkey Tryouts for the 2026 World Cup here for Overwatch, and we're getting ready to start with the second and final one of the day. And Mega Ninja, I know you've had a good time today. It's been a little chaotic, but we've gotten to see a lot of amazing players, and hey, we're going to see a lot of those faces coming back for the second block and a couple of brand new ones as well.
I'm so excited for the second block. We have in some players that I was looking at specifically last time. SA Online, Fox is in still. Avalanche is doing incredible last time we saw him. But now we have new players in. Flat is back in. Beautiful to see him back. And also Dirt on that tank is something that I am definitely going to be keeping my eye on as a potential frag out, as people might know about Dirt on occasion. So I'm super excited. I'm super excited to cast this. I'm super excited to get into this.
Yeah, I am too. Dirt, I've most recently seen playing for a Nightmare Academy. They played in the most recent season of Face It League for North America. Honestly, looked great over there. As a tank for them, has looked phenomenal over the course of every time I've seen them in my career thus far. As it looks like we're gonna let the timer run out here, so it's going to be the Zarya going against the Domina, and Adiz is going to be going over on the Vendetta, so you're going to see that deadly combo early on here, Mega Ninja, and we'll see how they want to deal with it right here. They have a lot of sustainability, a lot of mobility on top of that, but it's going to be a situation where Adiz is going to be aggressive, try to find somebody out early here.
Yeah, I was talking about this last block where that Vendetta and Zarya combo is something that is so commonly ran, and it's something that we're finally going to be able to see. It wasn't run last time, but Ida is going to be taken down almost immediately from SA on that Ana. Dirt's going to be next to Fallen, so that actually the comp that I said was so strong and so meta, it's going to be taken down almost immediately. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit of a regroup here as Red takes this first objective.
Yeah, 100%. A really strong fight to get things going, because while the Zarya Vendetta is really strong, there's good sustainability from that will leave your backline a little more exposed. So Avalanche is someone that has to take a little more room as, Dead Killer gets eliminated really quickly, burnt down from all that raw damage. And unfortunately, without your Domina, you see them get out. This fight is already over.
Yeah, and now Dirt is just going to be set up here with these with these bubbles online here. Flats is going to be trying to get something done, but he is just going to have to leave at the end of the day. The Domino is back through this main angle, and so now a couple of ults are coming online here. Flat could maybe go massive here with the pulse bomb, but they do have that Zarya and that Kiriko that can prevent that from happening. So we'll have to see how these ults come out first from the side of Red.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be excited to see what the case is going to be here as Avalanche down early, so this is going to be a really difficult one to pull back, especially if Dead Killer decides to pull out the Panopticon in this situation. I don't really think it's needed, but Adiz is still going chaotic in the backline, trying to cause more and more pressure as Death Killer is between a rock and a hard place. Kind of lucky to be alive as Adiz eventually going to be taken care of. Dirt's going to go all in for the investment as the Panopticon used just to get this fight nice and settled.
Wow, you know what? It's okay that the Panopticon was used. I'm okay with that because you still have 4 ults in your back pocket. The problem is, Blue now has everything. They have everything available to them, excluding the Zarya and the Vendetta ults, which are probably going to be built as long as they don't die first or whatever. But the Panopticon is something that definitely could have been useful here. It does prevent things like the beat connecting, and the overclock is going to be used here from Dragonite. It's going to be looked at hard from Avalanche. And right now, these teams are just kind of, doing a Cold War strategy right now.
Yeah, no one wants to be that first one to have to pull the trigger, but someone is going to have to, especially it might have to be blue side first, because all 5 ultimates about to be available for this fight. They have so much sustainability ready, and now you see Dirt is so close to going down. Unfortunately, Will with a nano directly onto Death Killer. This one is going to be nice and settled away here. 70% on the board. We're going to final fight, but still blue side has all the ultimates.
Yeah, blue side has everything in the back pocket. They just have to actually use them. That is something that needs to be happening as they are pushing over to this right side now. Just the beat available for the red, so this should be a clean fight win for the side of blue, but they have to make sure not to overcommit.
Yeah, trying to find something with the Sundering Blade. Unfortunately, not a whole lot. You cause a little bit of separation, though, and eventually you have to double down on somebody here. As Avalanche back on that Sojourn, hoping to find something with the overclock. Will get rid of Dragonite early on. as Avalanche eventually pressured out, gonna be taken out from the eye in the sky, as he is coming back in on that Ana, and Ad's coming back hoping to clear out the rest of this fight, but walking into the consider rush for Dragon Knight for flat, it's going to be too difficult, as they're gonna just have to get out of there.
It was a little expensive for blue. They did have to pop both the DPS ults and a rush, but you still have that grab, which is a super strong ultimate ability available to you, and you have that beat online for something like, you know, the Panopticon or the Full Top coming up online here. The beat could definitely be used more aggressively if you are the side of blue, but the grab is going to be first popped, and the beat's going to be utilized in return, and the heat is going to be taken down first. And I think if I'm the side of blue, you kind of have to pop this beat now.
You have to hide away and wait, unfortunately. You need to get everybody back here. You're going to really hide in the back right now because you won't be body blocked. You're just going to have to probably beat out here in a second as Pulse Bomb out and you get taken off the ground and get Ajaxed and Dirt. No sustainability left. Bodies just got to start flooding on one at a time, and with the Panopticon thrown on, first round is done and dusted. That is so unfortunate for Tethered Fox. Oh my god.
Yeah, that Ajax is a little rough. I mean, is it still an Ajax if they're still alive and they're just stunned? You know, if we're gonna talk about technical definition.
Yeah, any definition of Ajax is when someone just pulls the beat and they either die or get stunned out of it. There's no real specification. It's just do they lose the ultimate is basically what an Ajax is.
You know, I just had to wonder real quick, but no, that very unfortunate Ajax there. A little bit of a. I think it was a little late. You know, I think you lose your Kiriko, and that has to be your button to say, hey, I need to ult now. You're down your flex. You're down your majority of your healing. You need something to keep your team alive. And you pop it too late, you have to hide eventually, and then the rest of the team can just kind of look at you and I mean, just do that to you. And so you need to use your ult a little bit less liberally. Even if you don't connect onto everybody, even if you don't have all 5, you still need to commit it because it can turn fights, no matter how many people it connects to.
Yeah, no, 100%. But we'll see how things proceed onward. As again, so many faces that, for you, quite new. I managed to see some of them a little earlier on yesterday. Looked very good. Adiz was one of those that had some really big pop-up moment. Doc6 was able to come in big on the Kiriko earlier as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do now that they're in the second block and kind of show what they're able to do. But hey, more important than anything else right here, we get Winston Gaming. I say that as the Winston dies.
Winston implodes almost immediately, and that's going to automatically be a kite from the rest of red. I'm very interested about these comp swaps here from the sides, from both sides actually. We do swap off of that Zarya Vendetta, and we do have a Freya matchup. The Dragon Knight's going to swap off of that Ashe now. But very, very interesting swaps here. I guess this point kind of allows more variety in terms of compositions. You don't have to roll that brawl all too much, but I mean, Avalanche already doing so much damage, has almost a bola shot online, and so now we're gonna have to see how Red Team responds to this, as they don't really have anything in their arsenal.
Yeah, and he's lucky to be alive. Unfortunately, luck does eventually expire, as do they, but you're trying to take the trade-outs as best as you possibly can, but they are running body after body down. Dirt deleted. Death Killer definitely keeping that aggressive approach right now. Would love to get rid of Avalanche. It's just not going to happen. As Avalanche first ult out, that bolo shot that can be online so quickly.
Yeah, bola shot is definitely one of those fastest charging ults, kind of like that pulse bomb I was talking about earlier. But I mean, we look at the other ult charges. I mean, Ediz is only what 43% to that duplicate. Dirt again also kind of low in terms of ult charge. Gonna be trying to do something with this Domina, but like I said earlier, Domina is just kind of like a better Sigma right now. You know, in terms of like sustainability, in terms of abilities and stuff like that. But we'll have to see what comes through. Dragon Knight opens up that kill with a kill onto Avalanche here, and that's going to allow the red team to push up a little bit more. And there's going to be a Panopticon kind of shut this down right in the spawn doors. And I mean, this isn't looking good.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say in a situation like that? So now you're in Final Fight territory. You still have the bola shot, which has been now sitting for a hot minute now. It needs to eventually come out, but you're also coming up to the double support. Obviously, having the Captive Sun's gonna be big. You really want to try to catch somebody like Dragon Knight early as Pulse Bomb comes out. Not gonna connect, but the solo bolo comes out, and unfortunately, you take the trade instead.
Yeah, Bob is going to be utilized here from the Dragon Knight. Dirt is pushed up just a little bit, has to use those hands, but you can just block You just shoot through them because that's what Domina does. The copy is utilized from Edith on the Ashe and gets an opening pick on Dragon Knight.
And Dirt is struggling.
Oh, I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Sun's there, so I don't know. They're getting cleared out a little bit still. You may be able to flip this right now, but nobody's, like, particularly low. Like, Vlad is low, but the healing's going to be coming back here pretty shortly. That shield is blocking everything. You get rid of one, though, if you're Avalanche. Avalanche would love to keep things alive. Unfortunately, nobody can make it back. Doxic's just barely out of range of getting that TP, and that could have made a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit of a... I'm going to say a less good showing. I don't want to say worse. I don't want to be negative. But it felt a little bit more disconnected in terms of the blue team. You know, I think that the Sigma is definitely an interesting choice. I think that the Alari has option. Yeah, there we go. Domina swap from Dirt is definitely going to be something that I would prefer if I'm on the side of blue. I think Domina is an incredibly strong straight right now if you're going to be running those kind of co-compositions. Avalanche swapping over that Sojourn, getting away from that Freya. Definitely could be good. Overclock is a really good ability. The only thing I'm questioning is Fox on that Alari now. You know, that's definitely something that you don't see all too often. Of course, you run that Lucio pretty commonly. I mean, normally it's a that's bait. That's bait. I'm not falling for the bait.
Well, actually, it is definitely bait, but Deathkiller did pull it out yesterday. I can't lie. Only once, but they did.
I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it.
I am.
I'm falling for it. I'm falling for it.
Let's go. They're doing it. Let's go.
Oh my days. Doesn't take the TP though.
It doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it. He's so fast. Wow. Okay. Let's see this happen now.
Yeah, this is going to require a really fast playing style, though. So you need Lucio for it. You're going to go a little aggro on Dirt here as you're going to go for that pin, and they are immediately disrupted, and they are just perma-deleted right there. Now, unfortunately, Stellar Fox, there's nothing you can do there, as the unexpected Reinhardt always takes it off. It's like the Trojan horse. Yeah, you don't know what's going in store for you there, as that first fight good, but actually, Adiz, a couple of later picks here.
Yeah, Avalanche also finds one, and so now it's actually kind of an even fight. Vlad did swap over the honor on here. Now it's just Reinhardt's going to die on point. And that's gonna be actually a fight win for the side of blue. You know, if I put money on this fight, I would have lost my house.
Yeah, because it was their fight done and dusted, but they kind of extend further. They're separate, and Adiz kind of gets the proper picks out there to keep them going. Dirt, though, with the immediate adjustment over towards the Orisa to care for the Ryan. Honestly, I like the adjustment here. I think the Domina just gets run over by a Reinhardt here, as you see right there. Deathkiller goes to the pin, just gets immediately pushed back and cannot really do anything about it. So you're going to see the aggression as Adiz is gotten the better of by Flat.
Finally, some trace of life from the side of Flat. And also that pulse bomb was utilized here. So that ult is going to be taken off of the board. And so now these objectives are going to be a little contested. Now the Reinhardt, you know, kind of can't really do anything against this Orisa, and Avalanche is going to be able to kill that kill on the Farouk. I mean, you know, I don't know, man. This is looking like a problem, and now we're gonna probably have to swap off of this Reinhardt.
Yeah, and somehow, as he survives through all of that, it is going to be brave enough to peek Avalanche. I don't know about that one, but still alive. As at the very least, Blue's now found a solution within this Orisa. And I love to see that right here. And with the Kitsune Rush, they are set up in a really good territory to potentially finish this one off.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Fox taking up really low, incredibly low, but he's gonna be able to live for right now. Oh my gosh, right now everybody's just all over the place. Avalanche finds 2 picks, and that is going to be keeping the rest of the team alive. And this Hazard is just getting booped on cooldown from Fox. Edis does find the kill onto Essay, who has swapped over to that Moira, actually. Avalanche finding another one, Edis finding another, and that's going to be another fight win for the side of red, and I don't think they have for blue, and I don't think they have a touch.
Maybe Farouk gets back in time to force it. Is going to try. It's going to be knocked away, though. Is not going to get it, and that is your map settled away. As it felt like Goth was playing more of Dead by Daylight than Overwatch a lot of the time, unfortunately. But honestly, if you take away the win like that, you can't be too mad. So it's a good job for them to pull that one back around. And I think both sides looking pretty good out the gate here. Death Killer comes in and kind of really shuts down Dirt for the first half of this round, or this map, I should say. And honestly, it's nice to see that. You want there to be competition at these roles as much as possible, and Death Killer gets off to a really good start.
Yeah, I definitely do see the potential from Death Killer 7. I do think the Domino was really dominant. We did see a little bit of the Reinhardt was definitely an interesting choice. I will say I don't think that it provided the most fruitful, but now we are in a position where red team is going to be up 1, and now we have to figure out what to do. Now we have to figure out maybe if bans are enabled for this map, what you want to ban out, what compositions you want to keep playing. Do you want to get rid of that Domina? Do you want to try to force that Zarya Vendetta comp that you were trying to run on that first round? You know, there's definitely options on the table here for the blue team. We'll have to see what comes through from them.
Yep, I'm excited to see as I transition over to the game this time. I promise I will not scrub twice. I make mistakes once and never again. But yeah, we're getting ready to head into Blizzard World, where it feels like Poke is kind of the big name of the game, but you can also get away with a lot of dives. So it would not surprise me if Death Killer opts to stay in with the Winston to get things started over here. As I would love to see what the adjustment mainly is going to be for Red, because they look really strong to finish out the map. So for them, it's kind of about continuing that momentum that they managed to finish on. And it's going to be really interesting what Dirt wants to do instead, because, listen, if there's one thing Dirt is known for, it's 100% a Roadhog. And if we actually get Roadhog gaming here in 2026, I will not know what to say.
I mean,
are we baiting
right now? Oh no, he's back in the objective.
Dirt's been on broadcast too many times. He knows how to gaslight it in rage bait casters. He knows all too well.
Also, very interesting, the side of Red Comp going to be running 3 supports. I don't think that's entirely legal, but definitely an interesting strategy.
Yeah, it's just the way that the code is that unfortunately allows you to pick however much you want in every position, but obviously it doesn't actually, let you ultimately. They'll go back. Because if it did allow you to do that, you would see Death Killer's health bar be like 250 health shorter. It's very apparent when it's wrong. So we'll get this one underway as Winston Gaming back on display. The Winston versus the Roadhog in Ye Olde 2026.
This is definitely a tank matchup of all time, to say the least. And actually something I'm very interested about. We did see Flat on that Tracer last round, but when we saw him on block number 1, he was on that hit scan.
Yeah.
So is he a flex that was just covering in for hit scan? Because this hit scan was looking incredible. And so now I want to see how his flex performs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some DPS, honestly, every category kind of go down that route. You tank, you have to be flexible in that sense. But for supports and DPS, it's also a pretty important thing to have right here, as being cooked over onto Dragon Knight to shut that down, and almost got that first tick. Unfortunately, close, but no cigar, as, poor Death Killer pulled in. Is just going to dive the back line and try to get some charge, as they will be shut down in kind. As this is simply the power that you have as a Roadhog that just refuses to die.
You know, I don't think I have this skin on Roadhog. I kind of like it. I like the hook especially. But no, it's definitely a position where I think you might have to swap up that Winston. I think the Winston gets countered by this hog incredibly well. You know, if you can land that hook before the dive can fully land, you just shut down all of his movement. You shut down everything that he can offer. But I mean, you have to make sure you can make it work if you're that Winston. You just have to make sure to track the hog's cooldowns and make sure you don't get hooked.
Yeah, 100%. But you're making that room. Dragon Knight is down already. Hopefully he can get back in time for something, but they want to try to at least get one tick in here. Eventually going to go all in with that investment. You would love to get somebody. The stock is going to be the first one to go down. Unfortunately, Dirt going to drop back, going to help out their backline, as without the tank, there's just nothing you can really do in this situation.
Yeah, something that, nice sleep, but they are going to be resurrected, or not resurrected, awoken. That was, okay, there's not a mercy in the lobby. But no, definitely interesting, not yet, no, that'd be kind of crazy actually. +1 gets used from Ida's, not able to find anything. The Winston jumps to this high ground. Flat has that blade online, 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm a little worried about this Winston composition. I mean, look at how much damage he's able to, output onto the Winston and force them out.
Oh, yeah, and SC unfortunately gets stunned out. And with that, again, Yano's gone. You lose on the Nano Blade. This is your win con. You can't go into the fight without your Genji or your Ana. So they have to wait for the reset, as Deez is hanging around in the back. I think maybe wants to find the fast kill onto Essie to try to shut this down again.
Yeah, this could definitely, there's potential here for something to be done. This Tracer is trying to look for something in the back line. Definitely trying to look at this for this Ana, who has that nano available. A lot of ults on the side of red right now. They have to use some of these before they decide, you know, to give up this first round. And I definitely think you should open up with the nano blade here. Definitely an option. Oh, almost one very nice. The blade gets utilized.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Now you see them running flat, gonna grind down 2 of them. Doc just cannot get away, and now Dirt has the whole hog. Unfortunately, I don't think this sticks, but Dirt finds the right click over onto Farouk, so technically not over yet, as it easily gonna stall out a little while longer. Dirt, though, unfortunately going to miss the hook, gonna take a little bit of a nappy nap, but unfortunately sent back to the spawn, as Red will finally cap away the first point. And now Dirt potentially debating the hog or not, but I think he'll probably stay.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Hog is a little bit weaker on this next objective. I think the high ground is definitely something that you have to consider in terms of how you want to play it as a team. But something I do like is the backline, actually, from the side of the blue team. I think it definitely, like, benefits the Hog. Dragon Knight getting taken down is not a great start, but that's okay. But no, I mean, your Hog has so much sustainability by himself. You don't really need your Ana, right? You don't... Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
A nanoed piggy. Oh no, I don't want to be here. There's no player in the world that wants to be in front of Dirt right now. But Death Killer's going to be thrown all the way into the back line. Has a Primal Rage, so if they want to invest here, there's every reason and every amount to be able to do so. But they get hooked and cannot pull out the ult. So unfortunately, that's going to be another reset for the Red Squad.
Yeah, and now you don't have a lot of time left on the objective. Only 2 minutes left, and you kind of have your ult still, but I mean, you're still holding on to this overclock, and you're still holding on to this primal. You need to get something done with these before you get lapped by your nano blade yet again. But I mean, Blue don't have anything in their back pocket.
Ooh.
Oh, nice sleep.
That's beautiful, and Dragon Knight's gonna get no value as a result right here. So you have to come up with something here, because you're going to have another Nano Blade online. The first one pretty much wins you that first point, as Death Killer super aggro ends up getting rid of Southern Fox, and now you're going to be able to hopefully get a lot of room here, but unfortunately, Dirt does not give up. Dirt Gaming does not fall back. Dirt Gaming dies on the point, and it's just going to get body blocked away and T taken care of, and that alone could decide the second point.
Yeah, okay. The bubble is going to be applied, and you can maybe do something with it. The blade gets popped from Flats, who is able to get that first kill onto Avalanche. There goes SA. Maybe another one onto... No. God almighty, he's so incredibly low. Somebody else look at him. Okay,
yeah.
3 meters left to go. I
Yeah.
don't know.
What? And this sucks now, because now you're going to go out here. You can just nano someone if you want to, as you can see Death Killer just do the hop of a century to hit up the backline. Will get rid of Avalanches. Dirt is going to keep giving the nano, trying to grind people down one at a time, but their backline is struggling to stay alive right now, as Dirt is doing everything to stall for Avalanche to come back with this overclock to keep them in this one, but Death Killer is doing everything in their power to stop it, as eventually, again, Red going to take the fight, but it's worth noting how much Blue is making them have to invest and fight for it.
I mean, yeah, you can say that they invested a lot there, but so did Blue. I mean, you pop your pulse bomb, you pop your whole hog, and you pop your nano for a lost fight. It's not looking great. I mean, I definitely think that somebody has to shut down Death Killer on this Winston. Yeah. He's doing so much with this backline. Maybe you can swap. Okay, Farouk has swapped over to the Brig now. I was just about to recommend that. And now he's kind of in a bad predicament, bad position here, and they're taken down from Dirt, and that's probably going to be a reset here for the red team. Yeah,
Farouk, we saw him a lot yesterday on that Brig as well. Honestly, I think was one of the most consistent players throughout the day yesterday. But obviously, walking into a Roadhog does change the equation a little bit here. You got to play a little bit more carefully. But now you're looking at Avalanche in this fight. Obviously, Overclock, the only ultimate currently available. Dragon Knight right behind with their own, so you're hoping for a bit of a Soj pop-up moment here, Ninja.
Yeah, you definitely need your Soj to get some kind of value here. You have the overclock, the hook's going to go wide, and Vlad is going to take down Dirt. That's an absolutely devastating pick from the side of Blue, as now there's no tank from the side of them, and they have to try to get something done with just the 4 players left on their back. I don't know, you need to live death. Okay, he lives, finally. And now this is a little bit of a problem. We're getting into last fight territory, 40 seconds left, and there's a lot of ults on the available for the side of red.
Yep. And they're going to go really aggressive out the gate here. It gets slept, but still gets knocked away anyway. He's going to stay alive as the stick comes through. Death Killer dies as a result, as Doc's already gotten rid of 2. Everyone else going to try to hit the reset button and get out alive, but there are no survivors as Farouk, honestly, being given a Mercy Kill right there, they have 20 seconds to be able to get back to this point, and they should be able to do it.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. They are going to try to hold close to stop this touch from happening. Dirt has to hit this hook. If he can hit this hook, then maybe it stops the hook, the touch from happening here. Not able to grab it. Oh, 3 seconds left in the clock. Oh no, I like a lot of these ults.
Yeah, there's so much being thrown in. Flat getting all of that value once again. It's what won them their first big fight. It could be what wins them their last big one as Dirt tries to bully Death Killer into the corner. It doesn't work out as Adiz is the sole touch for the squad right now. Is going to have to get there. Dirt might have to swap to help out with the touch here as Southern Fox is going to be able to come back over on the carry, but perfect timing to predict where they were, and unfortunately, no recontention. Flat tracking that recall like a pro.
Flat, I guess this guy can play flex and hit scan. My apologies. I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought he was a hit scan player. He came in for Dragonite in that first block. Dragonite said, "Thank you for subbing in." I was like, okay, you know, maybe Flat, you know, just, you know, he does hit scan, you know, pretty regularly. And now this guy's on Genji and he's fragging so incredibly well, and he's doing so much right now. And I mean, there's got to be swaps made from the side of blue team. I mean, I guess, yes, they did cap with overtime, or in the overtime situation.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can look forward to that. You know, if you cap with time, hooray, you get the win. And then in terms of this being a scrim. But there's definitely options that need to be considered. Do you swap up the tank? You know, maybe you should have swapped up the Hog a little earlier. Maybe you swap up your backline, especially against this Winston. I thought that Fox was going to go over the Brig instead of Farouk. I misread that because spectator bug. But Fox on a Wu Yang, I guess you pump out more damage, but your Ana is so susceptible to being dove by this Winston. There's something that you have to do about it, because otherwise, I mean, Winston's just going to keep tearing through your backline, and you're not going to be able to do anything if you're the side of Dirt, if you're the side of Avalanche, Eda's. You're not going to be able to get picks if your supports are always dead.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's going to be difficult. And you see, like, the slight swap up right here, at least on the red side. Farouk over on the Mizuki, which, again, I only saw the Mizuki once yesterday. And Mizuki is a character with very mixed results. It works in a very particular environment as anti to the back line. Tethered and Doc have to kind of hang back a little bit, wait for it to run out. But in this situation, if you are Dirt, you're looking to find that accretion, as it's barely going to miss out, but still, they're putting on pressure, forcing them back very effectively.
Yeah, and Dirt is commanding so much space right now, but he's taking so much damage right now. He's going to barely be able to get out with his life. Dragonite incredibly low as well. And, I mean, this is a good stall from Red, but the space being given up is bad. Flat and Death Killer, however, are going to make 2 picks their own. And that's probably going to be a reset. Nice rock, but I don't think you get a trade off of it. And now there's a bit of a problem brewing as we have to consider what we have to swap up. And okay, in terms of Mizuki, I did want to talk about Mizuki just for a quick minute while we get this reset going. Mizuki is a very interesting character, I think. They have a lot of potential, and I think that they could have there's options for them to become maybe a meta character. I think the option of having that paper doll, and, you know, you can kind of play aggro, and then once you get a little low, you can just recall right on back to wherever you place your doll. So I think there's definitely potential for Mizuki, but I don't think he's been figured out yet.
Yeah, 100%. It's something I think we'll figure out more and more as Mizuki kind of, I think, fits their way into some kind of niche. I think the Ultimate's definitely something to talk about here in a moment, as it'll be online here in a short period of time, but Adiz has the Pulse Bomb ready to go, and obviously would love to find a target. Plenty of them, to be honest. Unfortunately, needs to wait for that recall to come through, as Death Killer keeping up a big level of aggression right here, as Avalanche gonna fall. Death Killer jumps right into Flat. It kicks down. And that's going to clean up that fight right there, as the supports will get out alive. But yeah, Death Killer literally just took down their own teammate. That is rough.
Oh, Dave, nice rock from Dirt there to get that final kill on the Farouk. And maybe the... What?
Oh.
Is this turnable?
Whoa, well, yeah, because Dirt tries to use the flux.
Oh my god, wait a minute, it's turnable.
Yeah, but Flat is eventually going to get taken down. Deathkiller has the Primal Rage, though, so there's almost no chance of this going through right now. You have a Nano coming around the corner here pretty soon. You're trying to get Dirt back in this one, but with Avalanche gone, you're just going to double down, throw bodies into the corners. The juggle of a century. Doc doesn't know what hit him as they try to find the cap. Unfortunately, while Dirt does manage to get one pick, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Wow, what a retake from Red. I thought that was all but over, especially with that rock onto the Mizuki. I was like, okay, that's it. That's done. They're going to count this first point. But that Nano Blade coming out, SA being able to realize, hey, this is turnable. Let's get in there with Nano Blade. Incredibly, what? Cat mention. We see the cat, everybody.
Cat Gaming in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You honestly just carry Dirt around, honestly. That's your real strategy. Just carry Dirt to the back line. Make their life easy, but they hate the cat. They are targeting Tetherfoss really quickly in that engagement. Honestly, you can't blame any sane human being as Dirt Gaming is now Dirt flying in the air. It's going to hit the back line. Takes care of Dragon Knight. And that could be enough to make this fight their own as the Kekai Sanctuary comes through to sustain through. Unfortunately, Farouk is likely going to have to try to sustain through it as Adiz somehow goes off the map as eventually the point will get capped.
Alright, took a little bit longer than they might have wanted it to, but in the end they do secure it. Avalanche gets taken out from Farouk on this Mizuki. I mean, okay, that's not a good paper doll because now you're just... I mean, maybe if nobody gets... if nobody finds you, then I guess, yeah. Alright, he's going to be able to live. Hey, nice sleep. But now you're looking at these ults that are available, and this cat and this hog definitely have so much potential. You know, you can definitely try to like go onto this backline as that hog and try to explode somebody, except for Fox getting taken down from the Ana. It's a little bit of a problematic situation, and so now I think Red have to Red can push with this advantage now.
You're trying to get in here and get a little something as Stepford is going to match the Mizuki. Okay, this will be fascinating, but I mean, you have a Nano ready for Dirt here on top of the whole hog. You have the ability to make a ton of room in this situation as Flat also lucky to be alive as Dirt unfortunately taken down, and it's going to be on the back of Avalanche to pull that back. They're going to be hooked down, unfortunately. Not going to be able to sustain through all of that damage from the Nano Winston as eventually Tetherfox will fall down as well as Adiz is going to have to hide away and throws the stick out there. Unfortunately, doesn't get any results.
I mean, kind of a waste of ultimates from the side of the blue squad. They do swap up a couple of things. They are going to have that brig now that I recommended at the very beginning of this round. But now they have no ults. They have the whole hog. That's about it. But I mean, whole hog is such an ultimate of all time that you don't really need to consider it an ult. All it is getting taken out from Farouk on this one. He's able to pump out so much damage before being able to save with recall. And now, I mean, you're a little bit of a pickle. There's a minute left on the clock. The whole hog has been utilized, and now you have nothing else in your back pocket. There's a... Whoa, okay, that's a Primal Rage.
Yeah, and almost does fall down!
Oh my god.
Oh no! Just barely didn't get it in time. I mean, literally like 2 frames more would have had it. That is so unfortunate. Oh, but that's going to open up the door for them. You got a Nano to work up to right now. Unfortunately, there's about to be so much available for the Red Squad here that it's going to be really tough to somehow beat the odds when it comes to that ult economy.
Yeah, there's something has to be done right now from the blue squad. They have to find some pick in the neutral. They have that Nano coming online, and they need to get something done before these ults come out. But Edith being taken down from SA online is not going to be a good start to this fight. If Sleep gets put on Dart here, 20 seconds left on the clock, and Red have all the momentum, all of the ults, all of the people, and
you're trying to stay in this one, obviously, best you can. Dirt survival is going to be the most integral thing. Might have to be the one to force a touch over here. As Avalanche down early. Nano throw on to Adiz, who takes a lot of aggression right here as Adiz have to give up with Kekai Sanctuary coming through. And unfortunately, Dirt Gaming is quickly turning into Dirt dying as Deathkiller going to take a little celebratory nap to finish this map here as Nano thrown out to put the nail in the coffin as Red gonna finish this map strong here. So far, Red looking fantastic. Deathkiller on this Winston has been looking good so far. Dirt is definitely delivering a ton of pressure, but it's still been really tough for him to find all that value with the Roadhog, which, to be fair, as niche and strong as Roadhog is, one ante is what it takes to shut him down.
Absolutely. The hog, no matter how much you can get a one-shot combo with that hog, you know, you can oh, look at me, I got the Sojourn. You know, an anti at the end of the day solves all the issues, right? If you can get
Yeah.
an anti onto that hog, he can't heal up. You burst him down, and then there's nothing you can do, right? So maybe if a ban is going to be allowed for this next map, maybe you ban out the Ana. Maybe if you want to keep
Yeah.
playing that Roadhog, that is something that's on the table. You could maybe swap off of that Hog. I know that Dirt can play more than just the Hog, although it is his best hero. So there's definitely options on the table for Blue, but Blue have to do something differently, or else, you know, this is maybe we're going to get the same treatment that we got in Block 1, where one side rolls for a good minute, and then once the map starts rolling out a little bit more, then we get to see, you know, a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, we'll see. In terms of, I don't think there is any swaps going around either, so same squads. But Dirt being on the Junker Queen would be really fascinating. In fact, a Junker Queen mirror, listen, I don't think you know this about me, but I'm a certified Junker Queen and Winston lover. If you have a comp that involves these two characters, you're instantly my friend. That's just how it works. That's my mentality. So right now, I'm a very happy man with these last couple of maps if things do stick this route, which we have seen Deathkiller on the Junker Queen before, so there is a pretty strong possibility this is going to stick around.
I actually have a story about Junker Queen, because I agree with you. I'm a very big Junker Queen fan. I don't think she's in the strongest spot right now, but I think they still have a place for her somewhere in the ranked ladder, and maybe here in this meta. But no, back when I was still on a team, we were really struggling with the meta. I think it was like Amalgam meta or something, and we just decided, let's just run a Junker Queen Moira, and we started winning all of our games back to back to back to back to back. I think out of nowhere when we got off of this meta slop. So yes, the Queen has a special place in my heart. Also, I do enjoy running the Queen. Getting a really good like a 5-man axe is definitely something that gets your adrenaline pumping. But Deathkiller not going to be taking the mirror from the looks of it. Going to be going over to that Sigma, unfortunately. But we'll have to see how Dirt does on it.
Yeah. I'm very excited for it. I have my own little quick story with the Queen as well. I played in the BPLs thing last season. And I was a dive specialist. I was literally there to play Winston, and that was it. Things were going well, and I was brought in for map 5 because I'm like, guys, Junker Queen. I promise it'll work. And somehow, some way, we did win the map 5 with the Junker Queen. And that for me was like, okay, I'm not just the one trick. I promise.
It's not just the one trick. Yeah.
I proceeded to then play the next series as Junker Queen and lost. And I'm like, yeah, never mind. Let's go back to Winston.
We'll go back to Winston. No, I feel you. I definitely feel you on a spiritual level there. But we are going to see Dirt run out on that. And the Vendetta also going to be used here from Flat. Oh, that swap came through. Adiz and Flat have been swapped sides.
Oh, yeah, you are correct.
Yes, so we are going to be seeing Flat on the side with Dirt. I mean, Flat has been doing incredible right now, so we'll have to see what he's able to hook up this time.
Yeah, ooh, Flat separated, though. Gets the shout momentarily, and you're going to try to get out of there for Deathkiller. It's just not going to happen. Dirt getting a little separated, but trying to find the appropriate picks. Unfortunately, it's Dragonite and Adiz that are going to finish this first fight off pretty efficiently, all things considered. Dragonite gets now 3.
They get a 4th. Wait, maybe hit the shot. Oh, unfortunate, but they are going to be able to get that first cap, and I mean, it was a good pick from Flat onto Deathkiller, a really good pick to get rid of that hazard early on in that engagement, but Dragonite was able to do so much, especially with the D's right next to him, able to provide so much damage and let him, you know, get those final blows. And so now you're in a position where maybe you're not able to run this Queen as much as you thought. The shot's going to be used, Flat's going to try to look for something, especially on the Sojourn, but I mean, this Lucio is coming back to just help out with that dive, and now it's probably gonna be another reset here from the side of Blue.
Yeah, and they're just gonna drill them out like that. The DPS are gone. Dirt's still hanging around though, so this is very much still a winnable fight if they can find a target with this Jagged Blade here soon. Gonna miss out, but still, fight is very much theirs to win right now, it feels like. But they're getting separated. Doc is eventually taken care of, and you're trying to find some kind of flip here. Unfortunately, it's just not gonna happen, but Adiz doesn't go underground fast enough, so now this has turned on its head. They'll flip it at 86%.
Wow, very interesting flip here. I thought that was maybe a little over. Oh, Flat gets a little overzealous there and gets his head taken clean off from the Dragonite. I guess it was not his head taken clean off, it's to his orb. But now there are ultimates too that are starting to come online. This overclock is available for Dragonite here. Deathkiller has swapped over to that Zarya. And the overclock slide has been utilized, and Fox is going to be the first to fall. Nice axe, but not able to be alive at ease. Fall getting the final blow there. And that's probably going to be a flip back and probably the point right there for the red squad.
Yeah, and now you're worried about getting any kind of touch right here, and while you have one hanging around, it is not happening. You see Flat would love to try to make it back over here, but it's not going to happen. You set up, you go for second point right here, and now you have to walk into the double support ultimate, so Dirt is either going to have to use this Rampage to get the beat out, or can't use it until the beat gets used. But if the beat's getting used, now it's going to be such a tight fight to win, so it's a really double-edged sword here for Dirt when they decide to let this Rampage loose.
Yeah, this Rampage has to go massive, and the problem is that Death Killer with these bubbles have those available. Oh, a lot of ults getting popped right now, and I think Red need to win this fight right here, right now, or else this is going to be a little bit of a lost cause fight for them, and maybe the point itself.
Yeah, it's a rough one right now, and point can unlock here in a moment as Consumer Rush going to be used for Roop. We'll see if they're going to use the beat to try to keep themselves in this one right here, as Doc using theirs directly after the fact here is no one really getting any picks yet, but obviously with Dragon Knight down, they're going to go in with the investment to try to force them off the point. Beat thrown directly back here. Farouk thinks this is somehow winnable, but right now Blue Team is saying, no, it is not. They're going to shut down Death Killer, and from this point on, it's going to be a stall game. And honestly, for Dirt and the rest of this Blue squad, that fight couldn't have gone any better for them.
What an over... So many ults used for naught from the side of Red. I mean, they popped quite literally everything to lose the first cap. And Dirt and Flat still have their ultimates available. I mean, this is going to be a really rough objective, I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to have to try to build up something here.
Oh, a Junker Queen's queen up.
Wait, that's Suzu. You can maybe try to force that queen on here. Oh, there it's going to be. It's going to be massive. It's going to connect to everybody. Oh, everybody's purple.
Yeah.
Everybody's purple.
Every Junker Queen main in the world just had a smile across their face. You see a bunch of people in a room. There's no cleanse. There's no beat. All you could do is smile. That's all you've got right there. That
was good serotonin. That was really good, actually. That made me feel a little bit better about myself. No, it's a little bit of a rough situation now here for Red. They don't really have anything available. However, SA Online gonna be able to get that kill on the nearing Kiriko, and so now you just have the Lucio Online who doesn't have that beat, so you might have to go with this objective. There's the flip, and now it's gonna be a little bit of a kite game here from Dirt and Co. I mean, that's not a bad kite, and they are going to have another fight, a couple more fights within them, but they have to build up ults now. Dirt, whoa.
Oh. That's rough. Avalanche is going to be forced out, and now this is going to be so tough to pull back here. Consider Rush comes out, not finding a ton of value. Death Killer is trying to build up more of that charge, wants to burn away Dirt if they can. This becomes a very winnable engagement. Flat literally 1 HP gets the mega health pack to be there just in time to keep Death Killer alive, keep this thing going. You would love to win these back-to-back as a D's goes with that tectonic shock as they are clearing away Blue one after another. Doc lucky to be alive as Blue gets one more reset.
One more reset. Blue definitely need to win this next engagement. Dragon Knight finding an opening pick onto Doke is not good. I mean, this Kiriko, man, he's just dying too much, and you can't have that happening as a Kiriko, especially when you don't have beat available, especially when it's still a mid fight. Flat is going to try to go for a touch here. Going to be able to find that first touch. The overclock is popped from both sides, and you're going to have to see which overclock provides some better results.
Yeah, I mean, Southern Fox is separated momentarily as nobody willing to show their face to Dragon Knight, but Dirt solo going to get caught out here, and Blue is going to get cleaned up. Red pulls this one back around. Looking great right now. And now we're going into another big fight here with double support ultimates, a grab. It's pretty much the same situation that Dirt was in going to second point, but now Death Killer has the concern of that beat being ready for the Graviton Surge.
Yeah, both support ults available for the Blue side, and I mean, this grab, it's going to be hard for this grab to get any value. No matter how many people you grab, no matter when you grab it, it's going to be difficult. But we'll have to see at the latest what the plan is for this grab. I mean, if you can force out a beat here, then maybe you can win. Oh, wow, a really early rush.
Southern is just currently hanging on the wall right now, gets the beat out as Adiz is gone, so this opens up big for this fight right here. You have the cleanse there to keep Death Killer alive a little bit longer. It's just not going to make enough of a difference right there as Red going to be cleared out. Blue taking the point to start things once again. And now, again, kind of the bright side right here, you get both the support ultimates out, so there is a silver lining.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about I don't know if I love the ult usage from the side of blue. I guess you had to pop both because that grab came out, but now red have such an advantage, and with flat being taken down immediately, that's not good at all. Actually, that's the opposite of good. That's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, and these. Oh no.
That's really rough. Now Deathkill is pulled back in. Is really lucky to still be standing, but Dirt just goes for the finish. Will be able to clear them out. And if they get any more picks here, you can consider the surf point done and dusted. But the fact that they're all getting out alive means there is a recontention here. And they're back to the double support ultimates here. So going into this one, I think Dirt might up the aggression a little bit here and try to force these out.
Yeah, that's definitely on the table, and that's definitely possible. But I think, okay, Adie's going to be able to get that first touch, and a bubble has been committed to it. But I think blue have the advantage here. The rush can be utilized. The missile portals from the side of blue, they need to be careful, and they need to kind of utilize their own ults in a better position.
Oh no, Dirt! You poor unfortunate soul. Gets no value off of that one. Again, you get out the beat, that's cool and all, but you lose the point. 99% on the board for them. Flat is running for their life still. Somehow is still standing, but the entire team is chasing. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out as Flat is playing Dead by Daylight. How are they still alive?
Oh my god. Okay, finally gets taken out. And that was, I think Flat might, you gotta check his heart rate, I'll be honest with you. Dude, Dirt's ult is this close to connecting onto all five. You can't see my hand, but it's really close together. But I mean, that was just really unfortunate. You get to connect onto the Zarya, but I mean, even if you connect to all five, even with that beat out, you would have been able to get so much healing. But now we're gonna have to see how these teams play with these overclocks.
Yeah, and Avalanche is getting a ton of pressure. Unfortunately, Farouk down early. Cleanse comes through big time. Dragonite going to get pursued. Sitting at 1 health. Can't get the health back in time. And while Dirt is gone, it feels like you've done enough to pull this one back. You just got to get rid of Adiz, who has been a unit throughout the evening. Unfortunately for them, they're running out of backup, running out of resources. At this point, getting ready to flip over as someone is going to have to force the touch.
God, Flat just chased down Adiz to the ends of the earth. Kind of like that one Spider-Man clip if you watched the original show.
Yes.
Farouk's going to be taken down. Dragonite going to be next up on the docket. A nice rail shot from him, but not able to finish it. And it looks like Dirt and Co., the blue team, are going to be fighting back, taking a sub point here. And they're not out of this equation just yet.
Yeah, and big punch! Oh my good gravy god. And this is big engagement. Both tanks make an amazing play. But Dirt needs care to stay alive. Their backline has been kind of destroyed, and Dirt is struggling to stay standing, getting chased. Don't know how they're still alive, but alive they still are.
Wow, barely able to keep themselves alive. Held together by twine and string, but they are going to have the positioning to now get onto this objective first. A couple of ults online for the side of red. They have the pulse and both support ults, but blue have such an advantage right now if they play their cards correctly. But let's see if they're playing solitaire or if they're playing war. We'll have to, I don't know if I love this Doomfist. Oh, we like the nice stare bug, the pulse fuse, avalanche first to fall. Dirt is incredibly low. He's getting chased to the end of the earth by this. Oh my gosh, what a nice pick. That's finds another. Even though this first cap comes through, okay, Flat. Okay, Flat.
Yeah,
okay,
Flat showing what they can do right now. They're getting a little spicy right now. He's gonna move in. Unfortunately, Dragonite separated. Doc more than happy to help finish things off as they get a lot of extension. And unfortunately for Deathkiller, that's a late death going your way. So blue pulling this one back around, looking real good right now.
Yeah, really good stuff from Flat there. I mean, beautiful cleanups, beautiful fights. I mean, Dirt was incredibly low in a lot of that engagement, but his team was able to stabilize, keep him alive, and get the job done. And oh, nice assassination from Flat onto Dragonite. That's a huge pick. Flat is doing so much on this Tracer. And he's even typing EU in chat. I mean, game recognizes game, I'll be honest with you. Dirt's taking 1 million damage. Could build up to this ultimate time, however, as long as he doesn't get taken out on the equation. Oh my god. Look at dude, Flat is just going crazy. Flat is just going crazy.
Yeah, Flat pulls out the Pulse Bomb. It does ultimately miss, but now Farouk is separated. Flat gets another one. It gets another one. So we're going to head to the 5th and final point. What are the stats on this Flat? 26 elims. Dirt, the only one with more than that. Oh my god, looking amazing. Wow.
Dude, Dirt and Flat are looking incredible right now. I mean, they've somehow made this comeback into a 2-2 series. This last flashpoint is going to dictate the outcome of this matchup. I mean, the ults favor red team absolutely. Both support ults, the grab, the OC. You just have to make sure, you know, again, not to pop all of your ults at the same time. But blue have a couple of ults in their back pocket that they can utilize if they want to. Oh, that's not good. There's a grab going to be utilized. Going to be trying to look for somebody.
Yeah.
Avalanche. But Dirt's going to be taken down. Both beats are going to be utilized here. And I'm saying that I think red has this, even though their tank is
They
still...
will, yeah.
Yeah.
You get another touch as Black dies, so you're going to get a flip here, and with Avalanche down, yeah, that's going to settle that one. Done and dusted. Red will be able to properly take over here. You want to get everybody else out alive, and Dirt is going to help them do such a thing. But now, they're still chasing, by the way. They're being relentless and not letting them get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, they want these kills so incredibly bad. Not able to find anything just yet, and now these ults are still getting built up, right? Red have 2 in their back pocket, but blue has been building up this ult charge with these chases coming through. So we'll have to see how they respond to it. Beautiful stuff here from Deathfoot on the Zarya. The overclock gets popped from Dragonite. Not able to find anything of value just yet. Fox is going to be taken down. He was so incredibly close to the beat. And now we're in a predicament where Edis finds another, and that's going to be another fight win for Red, and it's getting into last fight territory.
Yeah, and you're seeing Flat run for it right here. Flat is your touch right now. Dirt, it has good mobility, but you're seeing right now the pressure on Flat, who's going to have to try to run past. The recall available is literally running for it. He's going to barely get the touch, and with the recall can stay alive as the overtime starts to commence, and Dirt's getting back to get another touch here soon. Oh,
And
no.
they don't get it. Oh no, it was so close to a comeback for blue team, but it's not able to be done. Unfortunate that the second touch wasn't there. Flat tried his absolute... Look at Flat, man. Somebody help my poor sweet boy. Unfortunate situation from him. He did so much this round.
Yes.
This match was incredible for him. A really good highlight reel for him. Well, hold that. But it's okay. At the end of the day, listen, we're going to keep getting momentum going for the side of blue. Hey, look at that. Dragonite said what I said. But, I mean, really good stuff overall from both of these teams. I think both of them played incredibly well. Dragonite, Edis, supports from both teams. Flat, especially. Dirt was going crazy on that Doomfist. Both of these teams are going incredibly well. I think this has been a really close, even though the score is 3-0 right now, I think this matchup has been incredibly good to watch, and it's been incredibly close.
Yeah, and again, that's what you want to see. Is things may start a little one-sided, but much like the first block, things have started to really close the gap a little bit more. And it's been really exciting to see that be the case as we head over to Dorado. Back more into the dive style as Dirt immediately throws a Roadhog in my face instead. That is always lovely. Making sure if there was any swaps, I'm going to go ahead and double check myself because, again, we like being correct in the situation. Yes, there is some swaps that came through. So Essie and Doc ended up swapping sides. I can tell you that much. But outside of that, things, again, look to be the exact same.
Yeah, I love the dive Roadhog. This is definitely one of the best dive tanks in the game. No Soj this map is going to be the call. Which I think is interesting. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Soj would have been picked all too much anyways here.
Yeah, but it's a solid pick is the issue. And the thing is that, like, Universal Van, yeah. The whole point is that, obviously, they want to see more than just the Soj. Because, let's be fair, between, like, the day, whether it has been, like, Avalanche or Flat or Dragonite, we have seen a lot of Sojourn. And having a great soldier player is amazing, but you want to see everything they can bring to the table because you don't know what's going to be meta here in 3-4 months' time where the official competition really starts, where, hey, we have a Soj player that, you know, we can't play Soj anymore because he's not good anymore, you know?
Yeah, definitely a little bit. I mean, it does force you to go to other hit scan options. So, you know, we're going to be seeing Ashe here. But we are going to see a Cass Ashe DPS line from the side of red. But I'm, yeah, all right. I did type that I wanted to play the Soj there. No, I am, the hog man's No, but I think I think there's a world in which this hog works, but I think you need the cat. As crazy as that sounds, I think you need the cat in order to make the hog work because you can position him anywhere you want a dive tank to go, right? If a Winston jumps to a high ground, you can do that, but with your cat, right? So I think that there's options. I think that that's a possibility. Will it happen? I don't know.
There's so much of uncertainty. Oh, by the way, the cat can technically reach over the skybox for the thing, so they're just big chilling up there.
Oh days.
Yeah,
Cat
always
shenanigans
lovely.
Go rampant. I love cat shenanigans, man. This character is so stupid, but also so funny.
Yeah, I've seen the clips of people of like a cat pulling in like a Terra Surging Orisa, a Death Blossoming Reaper. Obviously, the High Noon clips have been wild.
Got my one. Got my one. Wow, that is. This is the game of Overwatch, guys.
Oh, I love this game so much.
Oh god, he's gonna be back. Nothing bad happened. Imagine that happens in official, man.
Oh my god.
I mean, would that be legal? Would that be a legal play?
Well, there's a little bit of a lore of the quote-unquote illegal maneuver, which that's some great lore if anyone watched Overwatch League and remember Circuit Royale. But technically, yes, it would, in a sense, be one. But I'm gonna get into some lore later on that. But we're ready with this very first fight, and Dirt, his only job is just to survive on the high ground and eventually drop down on this point when it's deemed necessary. And honestly, that time's already coming soon as Death Killer is gone, taken out by the hook as Dirt is just gonna keep staying hidden and waiting for those perfect opportunities to strike.
Yeah, really good stuff from Dirt. Oh, Death Killer gonna be on the Queen now. Hold up, everybody care.
Oh, let's
Very
go.
interesting swap here. Gonna be playing around that hog a little bit more. Maybe try to go for like maybe a knife off of the high ground or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're already making movement. And it's also interesting to see Flat back on that hit scan. Whoa! Death Killer took 18 trillion damage and is gonna be wiped from the face of the existence. I don't even think his spouse or his loved ones are gonna know he's gone. As the rest of Blue are going to be able to clean up this fight and stop the momentum from happening. Bola shot available for Blue, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, but you're coming up to a lot. You have Bolo and Pulse Bomb coming up here for Dragonite and D's respectively. But we'll see what value it gets as Dragonite's taking off the edge, which is gonna, I mean, it opens the door up, I guess, in some sense, but instead is just having a good time on the Lucio, kind of has throughout the day as Dragonite. Yeah, I don't have any words either, buddy.
Oh, when Anti gets applied to the Death Killer, he's going to be trying to look for something to get done. And the hook gets applied. The hint, okay, the chain hook thing, I don't remember what it's called from Rizuki. He's going to be able to get onto the hog there. And a lot of damage is going to be applied flat, incredibly low. Dragonite going to be taken down yet again. I swear that guy just came back, by the way. Bullet shot going to be utilized on the Death Killer, taking 18 quadrillion damage, and Dirt finds the final blow there. 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. And Adise finds the trade on the flat, but I don't think it matters all too much. As
Adise?
Hold on a minute.
Adise gaming time in the chat. Gotten 2 final blows. This fight has now made this winnable right here. And you see immediately Dirt is trying to track him down, but instead is going to help move this cart forward a little bit as Avalanche has gotten back to take that 1v1 a little bit more. But now you're full deck of arts here if you're the blue team here, and Dragonite's gonna have to be big here with those Bolo shot online.
Nano gets applied to Avalanche. He's gonna be looking at Dragonite incredibly hard. Dragonite has been having such a rough game under auto. I mean, booped off the map on attack is crazy, but we'll have to see if there's any value to be found. The beat's gonna be utilized from Fox here. And Dragonite again being chased down. Processing so much damage. The Nano gets applied to Death Killer. We'll have to see if something is applied in that situation. Avalanche able to find that kill on the Dragonite. The whole hog is utilized trying to stop everybody. Avalanche finding another kill onto the... Oh my day. Oh my days, Avalanche. Okay, Avalanche.
That is dirty. It's gonna go down as a result, but the full cleanup comes through. You get plenty of time to come back. And Red's looking a little sore right now, but again, you're gonna go in with the Rampage. There's no beat, no cleanse available for the side, so if Death Killer plays their cards correctly, this ult should get an absolute ton of value going to this fight because, frankly, it has to. This is Final Fight territory.
Yeah, Final Fight territory, 17 seconds left on the clock. If I'm Deathkiller, nice kill from the flats onto... Okay, Doug able to get that trade. We like that trade here from the side of the red team. However, Dirt able to find that kill on the Kiriko. You need to get something done with this,
Yeah, do we get a touch? Oh, we do get a touch.
Whoa,
Last second touch.
okay.
Deathkiller napped. Oh, no. And there's someone else still alive, by the
wait a
way.
minute.
As he's burning, as he could go down, 10 health is still standing.
He's so low. Oh, there it is.
There. Oh,
Okay.
man.
Wait a minute, it's a 2v3 right now. Or a 2v2, I think.
Yeah,
No,
Dirt's
it's
running out of
2v3. Okay. So incredibly close. Dragonite trying to get something done. Fox is gonna be back. Dirt is gonna just be a bullet sponge right now. So much damage. Oh, he
What
gets
is
a
that
hook on the
hook?
Dragonite. What a
But they don't touch!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's unfortunate. They actually could have won that fight full health right there, but unfortunately not able to, secure the steal. And so now we're gonna be going into second point. That's the way the cookie crumbles right now. And a couple ults coming online. Dragonite has that bola shot. Blue don't really have anything besides support ults, which I guess are better than nothing. But 2 minutes left on the clock. Nobody's pushing the objective right now. This is a... Oh, okay. There goes Dragonite again. Ah, days.
Yeah, this is gonna be something right here as weird trade out, honestly, for this one, as Dirt's taking off the high ground. But despite the way things have gone, this card has made zero progress as Dirt is quickly finding out that they are alone on the point.
Do not look at Dragonite's stat line that right now. I'm so serious.
I'm gonna choose to save my soul and not look as...
Oh my days.
Yeah, and Deathkiller, oh, the hook gets interrupted. Oh, that is really
Beautiful stuff
unfortunate.
there from Deathkiller onto this hog. Trying to look for something to get done. Deathkiller finding a kill on the SE online. Beautiful opening pick onto that Ana here. It's just Lucio left alive, who has that beat available. 5 ults on the side. Deathkiller finds never mind. I read the chat wrong. Deathkiller gonna be taken down. Dirt is able to finalize that kill up. Dragonite trying to look for something to get done. Fox is gonna get looked at next. Gets a couple of people burning, but has to drop off the high ground. Flat is incredibly low. Dirt is gonna be, he's just such a commanding force on this hog. He really is. Like, he's just able to command so much space when there's not the entire team like looking at him at the entire time.
Yeah, no, 100%. But Adiz is keeping things alive right now. Dirt is given the nano and basically takes no damage because of that whole exchange. Their team is starting to fall apart around them, though, as the Kekak Sanctuary used here by Farouk to double down and try to take this one away. But Southern Fox is coming back with the sound barrier to try to keep them alive. Here is another big hook that Adiz taken care of. And now, Blue Team, they got a chance to wrap this one up right here.
Yeah, Blue Team is trying their absolute hardest to win this out right here, right now. That beat wasn't able to connect on as many as they'd like. Please, Avalanche, please don't make it happen. Please don't make it happen. Oh no, James Bond, James Bond. Oh. And he's able to find that kill on the Avalanche, getting vengeance for Dragonite.
Oh, and that...
Oh, and Dirt just gets another hook kill. He's finally locked in on this hog. Farouk is able to find another kill, so maybe it could be winnable here.
Okay.
Nice hook. Nice, beautiful hook there to get that kill onto the Kiriko. This Doomfist is going to be trying to get something done. They have touch. Oh my god, okay, barely gets the touch on. 2 seconds left. Punch off the mat, off the cart. Bullet's not going to be utilized onto Deathkiller. He's taking a billion damage. Another hook onto Farouk. This is disgusting.
Man.
That's a hold. My god, this hook. These hooks from Dirt are disgusting.
Yeah, Dirt is already a menace to begin with, but Chase it has been a unit on that Roadhog so far. I mean, it is what they are known for. This is not a shocker to anybody right here. It has as much healing as their counterpart, a support. That's insane. Has the third most healing in the lobby.
I mean, this is a rough situation here for the side of Red Team. I mean, Dirt was playing incredibly well with those hooks. A lot of healing. I mean, he's out healing Fox. I mean, good lord. But I mean, Dragonite needs to come alive.
Yes.
I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I need to see something out of him for sure. But there's definitely some good, positives on the side of this Red Team. I think Adiz is playing incredibly well. Farouk is also doing incredibly well. I think Deathkiller, maybe off of maybe Death Killer off of the Doom Fist was pretty good. I don't really know how much about if his Doom Fist was able to perform really well. It is also difficult because you are playing into a Hog, and I think the Hog plays really well into that Doom Fist, right? You wait for block, you hook him, and then you blow him up. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, right? So there's definitely it's you can't really play the way you'd play against other teams when there's a Hog on the enemy team, right? You can't play the same kind of composition, you can't play the same kind of style that you want to when there's a Hog threatening you with his giant meaty hook.
Yeah, it's so tough to do because if you're a squishy, you get pulled in. It's like the meme with like the dog closing its eyes, like accepting like the fate of like,
I know
well,
exactly what you're talking about.
this is my life. There's nothing I can do to save myself. It's like when you get stuck with a pulse bomb and the reaction is hands off the keyboard, hands off the mouse. I accept
dead.
my fate, but I don't want to take anybody down with me.
I get it so much. Oh no.
Is Dirk gonna get carried to the high grounds?
Absolutely. That's what you needed.
Drop him.
Look
Drop
at
him.
Look at
Give
Dirt.
in.
Look at Dirt.
Give in to your fate. Drop him, please.
Look at this. Look, he's on the high ground now. Happy days. Look at him. I'm so happy to be over here, he's saying.
So happy. And now you find the hook. You pull. Wait, did they just pull death off? Oh my god.
That got death off of the high ground. Yeah, that's not good. Now it leaves this high ground available for Dirt to just kind of walk up to because they don't have Sigma up here no more. But he is going to be making his way back around.
But that still causes them to get a bunch as Dirt is picked up to the other high ground. Get to Dragonite.
Oh, days.
That is being done a little dirty. I cannot lie.
Dragonite.
And pulls in Adiz, and Adiz is gone. Farouk is now separated from their squad. Doc doing the best they can. But yeah, they're just going to be cleared out. This first point is going to be done quickly.
I think they may have figured it out.
Potentially.
There's a small chance. They may have figured out to go the Hog Cat combination that we have been seeing in ranked ladders. I don't know if anybody's run into Gorilla and I'm Mushroom if you're on the NA ranked ladders, but that is definitely something to be considering. Dragonite going to swap over to that Tracer now. Try to get something done. 5 minutes on the clock, however, with the time refresh and a lot of ults favoring the side of blue. As a couple of swaps come through here from the side of red, as we swap up pretty much our entire DPS line and our tank.
And honestly, after that first point right there, it feels necessary to react and make those swaps very quickly. But oh my god, I see Dirt flying in. Adiz, sorry buddy, we love you, but it's not happening.
I mean, what do you? Yeah, man. Can you counter that real quick? Like, what are you? Like, what are you supposed to do there?
I do not know, but right now, Death Killer's got the drop over on the point. Southern Fox is gonna again try to take Dirt game. If Dirt says, "Nah, I got this. I'm going in on this one right now." But still. Be serious about this fight right now as we have a bubble shot available right here. Death Killer, though, is not going to need it on their side right now. So everyone just goes onto the point, stalls it out, and takes the reset here. And unfortunately for Doc, they're in a really weird situation right now. As with the sleep, actually, should be able to get out alive.
Yeah, barely able to get out with their health. I mean, there's a world in which you go over to that Widow's position.
Oh my god.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They figured it out. They've cracked the code. They know exactly what to do. Dirt just goes, Cat, take me to that high ground. And they say, your wish is my command. Death Killer gets a bullet shot directly into the cranium, and then he'll get supplies. And Death Killer's able to find that kill into the Fox. That's a beautiful pick there. Dragonite going to be on this objective now contesting. It's not over until the Fat Lady sings, and I don't hear... I was gonna make a your mom joke, but
yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with the classic part. I didn't hear no bell, and we're gonna
I didn't hear no bell. That's a good one too, actually. I like that one.
That is a good shout right there. We'll see how things go. No, as Adiz has the sights online. We'd love to find a headshot, but it's Dragonite. I think getting a little bit of revenge. Good pick with the 1v1 to get things going. But Dur is pushing everybody back with that whole hog, keeping this one alive. As you're going to lose out on your support, Southern Fox is still around, and it's just going to hang around as Panopticon thrown in is going to get nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, really weird Panopticon, especially since Dirt is able to just immediately evaporate it. The D's on that Widowmaker, trying to find some kind of angle here. Oh, there's a kidnap. There's a kidnap. Look at Death Killer. Death Killer. Oh, okay. The hook actually canceled out the tether, so he couldn't drag him anymore in, which actually allows him to get kind of back to the safety of his own team at a relatively, reasonable cost of just a couple of cooldowns here.
Oh my god, Adiz is getting jumped.
Adiz is getting jumped. I mean, water is wet in other news, but
Weird trades though. Unfortunately, I think Low is eventually going to get the Karas. Dirt hanging around, everyone's forced into the corner, and it's just Dragonite hanging around over on the point, trying to stall out, but they're going to be able to win this map, but the fight continues on as they'll see if they can get a touch for second. Unfortunately, they're not going to, as 3:45 heading to the third point as Dirt is being dragged off again.
Look at him go. Look at this high ground positioning. Wait, the flank around?
No way.
Oh my god, the Ana's so low. Oh, he gets to live. Cat, save me.
He wants to be picked up.
Save me. He was looking up in the sky like you know the Willem Dafoe photo where he's like looking up in the air while it's raining on him. So yeah, that describes Dirt pretty perfectly there. So. This combination is so disgusting.
It's terrifying more than anything else right now. This is what nightmares are made out of right here. They're going to move in once more. Farouk, it looks to be the next target. I see Dirt just aiming in as eventually that's going to be enough. Push back. Support's going to try to stay alive, but unfortunately Farouk gone, and Pulse Bomb not going to find much value as Dirt's going to keep running forward and got caught out as Dirt continuing to clear house.
Dirt's just going absolutely nuclear. Look at this. I mean, just look at this. Like, what are you supposed to do against this? This hog is at the high ground. You drop him on top of somebody, and then you just blow him apart. Like, you know, it's such a disgusting combination that I'm glad that Blue has discovered and figured out. Look, okay, a little bit of a boop there, gonna stop that from happening. A whole hog, flying whole hog.
What do you do?
That. I mean, okay, Panopticon gonna be utilized. I don't know if it can hit on anybody, and right now Dirt is just holding everybody back. Farouk bashes in directly into a hog. Blast finding the tick. A nano gets applied. So.
And goodbye, Death Killer. You're being taken off the point.
Goodbye. I'll see you in another life.
But Dirt Anteed is going to be able to survive for now. D is trying to get some kind of follow-up here as Body's hanging around over on the point. Dragonite doing a really good job of stalling out, but again, Farouk pulled in! Cleared out, and unfortunately the stall is gone, and they'll finish the map with just under 2 minutes on the clock here, but oh my god. Dirt, I think, living the high life right now after a display like that. That's... how do you even describe that ninja?
I think something clicked in his brain. I think he's like, man, Hog is in such a bad state right now. I wonder how I'm gonna play him. Wait a minute. Fly me, cats. Take me to where I need to go. And he decides that he's going to run absolutely rampant on anyone, especially into the double hit scan that was being run. You can kind of like, I mean, we saw Adiz just, I mean, like what is Adiz is looking down main, trying to look for a squishy or something, and unfortunately there's a hog in his face. Like, what are you supposed to do against that as a Widowmaker, right? Like, there's nothing you can do. And so there's definitely, you know, I think that this comp, I think maybe the blue team might want to run it a little bit more. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, it's getting them their first win, and so maybe they figured out the meta. Maybe they figured out what's been working, and it'll change the way that the pace has been going.
Yeah, and we'll see, obviously. I don't know if bans are going to be affecting this. We haven't really had many bans throughout this second block like we did in the first. But it looks like we are indeed going to get bans. Red team, you know what to do. There's two culprits. The question is, which one are you going to go after?
Okay, so no Soj plus red team gets banned first. Okay, no Soj is really good. Probably going to mean that we're going to get the Freya, maybe a Cass in the hit scan slot of these teams if they decide to run double hit scan. But I think if I'm red team and I get to get a ban going, I am going to remove the hog or the cat. Yeah. I think those are the usual suspects. I think those are the only suspects that we have to worry about right now. There's definitely things on the table, options that are available to them. Maybe they think that they can deal with the cat hog. Maybe they think that they figured it out now. And so maybe they ban something else, like the Kiriko. Maybe you ban out. There's options on the table, right? And so we'll have to see where bans come out as Blue decides to play with my feelings by going a composition that would cause a heart attack at a local elderly home. But you know, I like the comp from Red except for the Mauga. I think the Mauga is in a little bit of a weird spot right now. Okay, both teams listen to him, and they're running Mauga. So what do you do at this point?
Yeah, I will say I think there's a swap around here because I think what is it? I think Adiz is now over on the blue side
Hmm.
now.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
obviously Dirt was, just going for assassinations. That's got to be quite the chat they're having right now. It's like, hey, Dirt, was there something personal? Did I say something wrong?
Hey, man, did I piss you off or something? What did I do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's probably the right choice here. And now Blue Team has their own band coming on board as the Hog not available. Dirt sheds a silent tear.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dirt is not going to be able to play Hog. For our potentially last map, I think we might get one or two more.
So we might get 2 more is what I'm thinking. Obviously, try to give everyone as equal amounts as possible between the two, but we'll see here pretty shortly. As obviously Roadhog being banned out, we'll see how you decide to go things about this though. If you're now I should say the blue team getting their ban out.
I do want to say really quickly, your scores are wrong. You say 4-0. It's
Yes,
1 victory.
yes. So I'm on a 2-minute delay. So by the time you're watching, about 30 seconds, it has already fixed
Okay.
itself.
All right. You
thankfully.
know what? I just thought I'd point it out.
No, you're chill.
But
You're chill. You're chill.
Okay, so Dirt is going to be banning out the Kiriko. No Hog, Soj, or Kiriko. Very interesting to say the least. Definitely some interesting comps here. I think Soj and Kiri are kind of staples right now in compositions that are being run in the meta right now. And so taking both of those off of the board are going to allow teams to kind of play with more variety, more variations to what they might be comfortable with. Maybe you run the Bap Lucio. Maybe you run... The backline can be so much stuff. The backline can be actually everything. You can run the Bap Lucio, you can run the Juno Brig, maybe the Wu Yang Juno. Like, the Wu Yang is definitely an option for you to consider. I do see that the blue team is hovering on to the Moira Lucio, which is definitely a little bit lower in the tiers of compositions. In fact, that probably brings a tear to my eye. But Adi's also going to be on to that Emre, so I'm a little interested to see how that'll work. And double hit scan from the side of red. So these are definitely some interesting comps that I would not have predicted from either of these teams.
Yeah, 100%. And you like that it's different because, again, these coaches, they all want to see different things at the end of the day. And I'll enunciate that point to Kingdom Come because it's a really important thing to take into consideration. Dirt back over on this Junker Queen is going to be interesting, and already is trying to go back after Flat. Takes care of business, and we're just picking up where we left off here, unfortunately, as everyone else from Red Team is already like, yeah, we want nothing to do with that. We're out of here.
Yeah, I don't think anything has actually changed all too much. The Hog is gone, and the Cat is not in play, but it doesn't matter. Dirt is going to run at the enemy Widowmaker by all means necessary. Deathkiller going to be taken down. Dragonite finds the trade, so automatically finding more elims than he did on his attack last round. I'm just kidding, Dragonite. I love you. You've been playing incredibly well. But now Deathkiller going to pop over to that Mauga now, which is going to definitely be interesting. As they're going to be taken down off the Moira. Probably going to stop the push before the force spawn comes through.
Yeah, but Deathkiller is in. Try to find the stop on Dirt. Doesn't quite get it, but has, as the Mauga, a ton of sustainability. Especially with that cardiac overdrive, it is so difficult to break them down, especially as, I was going to say, without an Ana, as they swap to the Ana to help out with it.
Yeah, the Ana is really good into the Mauga. Kind of disables all of his self-healing that he can get from just his primary fires. Dragonite is going to be kind of close to having this Visor online. A little bit of poke damage onto Dirt there. Not able to find anything right now. Okay, this Mauga is taking infinite damage right now, but not able to be taken down because it is Mauga, unfortunately, for the side of Dirt on this Queen. And right now, looks like the side... Wait, Dragonite goes down. I thought the Widowmaker was taken down. I'm going to be so honest with you. But not taken out just yet.
It's not exactly in a great position. Ooh, what a shot.
Nice shot, actually. Beautiful flat there. And this Mauga is going to be taken down. And looks like a push is going to be continuing on for blue team. I think you have to swap off this double hit scan. Maybe you get your own Tracer.
Oh, they give away their... Oh, gets the shot, by the way.
Okay, my fault, Flat. My fault. I won't ever talk about you on hit scan again. My fault. My fault. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, Flat. I didn't mean it, Flat. Holy moly.
Finds a 3K
Yeah.
on Widowmaker. Disgusting.
Crazy. And they're going to get pushed back, but they do get the butt scratch forward. Spawns are activated. Unfortunately, SC is going to be pretty happy they exist now because just gets run down by Deathkiller. Unfortunately, they're losing more and more bodies as they're going to move forward, and they're going to take advantage of this bit of aggression as forward spawns are gone. But I think, yeah, Adiz and SC are going to get them.
Yeah, a couple of ults online here for the side of the red team. Now they have 4 in the back pocket. Captive Sun is going to be open up first here. Okay, a beat to get utilized. Oh, whoa, everything's being used. Everything is being used.
Yeah, literally everything. Everybody is dying as Dragonite tries to find something with that tactical visor earlier. Eventually taken down. Dirt is still hanging around. Deathkiller, though, is riding solo, trying to get some bodies back. Sustain through it all. They're doing their darndest to stay alive. Unfortunately, they'll be burnt down eventually. And that ends up being an investment. I think a total of, 7 ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, this is really good Overwatch from the side of the blue team. You know, you thought that the Malgo would cause issues. We're going to swap over to that Mizuki. Now blue have 2 ults in the back pocket. They have the Emery ult as well as the Nano Boost, which I think you can kind of combine in order to secure this win, as long as you get that forward spawn activated. Oh my god, Fox drops incredibly low, but Red is going to be able to push this out the other way. And, oh.
Yeah, the override protocol has been so tough to deal with. Flat, first one to go down right now. Deathkiller needs to probably just try to get out of there alive. Eventually will be burnt down, though, as you have a little bit of care in the backline right here, as Doc wants to make this winnable, still wants to pull this one back, and with Dirt being the only one alive, will eventually fall over, as we'll see how those spawns act, but we know Dirt will not be getting them.
Yeah, really good retake from the side of Red. I thought it was kind of over, genuinely, once that the protocol came through from the Emre, from Adiz. But they're able to stabilize, and they're able to, you know, get the fight win. And so now they're going to get push progress underway. They have that Ray available, and the pulse bomb is also available from the side of Dragonite. Hopefully you can be able to hit something. Nano is still available from the side of the blue team. So we'll have to see how these ults come through. You know, make sure not to over-ult or anything. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and Avalanche recall with that Nano in hand right here. Dragonite throws out the pulse bomb. Just doesn't get anything out of those. Avalanche needs to find a little bit of a carry here. Eventually we'll get some, as Farouk going to be able to get out with that Mizuki. As for the time being, things quite a bit chaotic, and I bet Blue Side doesn't hate that whatsoever. As Avalanche pulled down, wants to find the pulse bomb, drops on top of it though. Oh no.
Yeah, that's my reaction to Avalanche, I'll be honest with you. That's not great. The Queen ult only connects onto 2, but it is 2 of the most important players on the team right now. The Ray is online. Maybe you want to pop it here to keep your Deathkiller alive. It's too late.
Yeah, but
late.
Flat's keeping them going, though, like almost single-handedly. Almost gets rid of SC, but SC is going to have care now and is going to be able to stay alive, as that bot is heading Red's way right now, which is nice, but they don't really have the bodies to keep it going.
Dude, Flat is doing so much right now. This guy is incredible, I will say. But we'll have to see what the response is from the blue team. Dirt is taking in trillion damage. Okay, nice deep from the box here.
Ooh, cage fight? Literally,
It's actually massive.
wow.
Nar.
Yeah, unfortunately, had to drop the cage fight just to have a chance at staying alive here. As that jagged blade big, as Adiz finishes off too. As again, a 20-meter lead is nothing to scoff at, because if you're the blue side, you were happy to win a fight, lose a fight, win a fight, lose a fight, because you have the lead. You can afford to just play 50-50 Overwatch for the next 3.5 minutes and just win as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you unlock that forward spawn. Oh my. Okay, there's the overclock. There's the override protocol from. It's override, right?
Yeah, override protocol, and the Kegai Sanctuary is used as a result so that it doesn't get much effective value. But you give Dirt a Nano, you feed him for life, as he is going to be clearing things out right here. Just Dragonite and Flat hanging around, both in some awkward positions.
Flat is trying his absolute best to try to get something done here, but unfortunately they don't have the ults. And right now, I mean, blue are just running away with this. Adiz dropping incredibly low. He's gonna be taken down from the Ana on the side of the red. But I mean, this whole time they're still getting this push. They've extended their lead to 50 meters, and I don't know how you're gonna come back if you're the side of blue or red. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I do not know either at this point. It's going to be rough. Both recalls used, pulse bomb used, and unfortunately, the prediction was right, but it does not stick. And Death Killer getting a whole lot of nothing. As Dirt will take a nap, and you get rid of Avalanche, so you stem some bleeding. Farouk getting rid of both of them is absolutely massive.
Whoa! All right, the protocol is used, maybe trying to get something done. He's so incredibly low, he's gonna be dropped out of the sky. It's like we're playing Duck Hunt. Dirt finishes him off. And now it is a scrappy engagement onto the objective as they try to get something done. Death Killer finds one onto the Ana here. Dirt is incredibly low, gonna be looked at. Oh, he's so low! Oh, they missed the axe, and that's gonna allow Dirt to get the kill on the Death Killer. And Fox finds another. The Ana gets a trade, but it's, I mean, you have a minute 45, not a lot of ults. This is an uphill battle if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it will be. But at the end of the day, you are going to come online to some good ultimates soon with the Nano as well as that Rampage. But losing these early on is going to open up a pretty good door for them, and quite honestly. But you need to be able to capitalize on, unfortunately, without going down early. The chances of that start to lower quite a bit.
Yeah, I really like Death Killer off of the Malga going to mirror the Queen. I think a good old-fashioned mirror is what we need in the big 2026. However, Death Killer takes 18 quadrillion damage, and Essie's able to find that kill on him. So that's not a good sign. A minute left on the clock. They're going to retake that forward spawn as long as they can just kill the rest of this red team, which I think they should be able to do without the tank being present. Flat might be trying to go for something here. Nice Hinder onto Dirt here, trying to stop his momentum. But I don't know. Ults are available.
No.
There's a Nano. This is Dirt's playground now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you get with the Shagging Knife, you are considered dead on the spot, on arrival. But doesn't get a whole lot of anything. DC is going to get the better of that Emre 1v1 right now as Dirt sees two bodies, wants two bodies, and with that is going to get slapped. Kekai Sanctuary comes out. It's not going to do a whole lot, though, as bodies throw themselves over on the point because they need a reset quickly.
20 seconds left. You popped a lot of ults to lose that engagement. Okay. Do you have the Nano, and that's about it? Meanwhile, the Beat and the Protocol for D's are going to be online here. This is looking like a dire situation right now if I'm the side of Red. I mean, we're still getting forward progress, or push progress. The overclock, the Protocol is going to be utilized. Those ults, all ults are going to be on the table now, so this is all going to decide the outcome. Oh, and they don't touch.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. Everyone just kind of separated, and it eventually bears its fruit. But they look fantastic, better than I don't know if it's fair to say better, because we obviously we have the chaos of Dorado, but this is a lot more of a standard composition than, you know, the cat hog combo. Your newest show coming to Nickelodeon, but Blue looking a lot better. And Dirt is comfortable in more than just the hog. I think that's been apparent over the course of his career, the last year and change. But still, looking great. I think both sides, in their own respect, looking great, but they are getting shut down a lot by this aggression that we're seeing from people like Dirt, like Adiz, where it's been a bit of a struggle for the second half.
Yeah, Dirt and Adiz are really putting on a clinic right now. Avalanche also doing incredibly well from the blue side. And I mean, listen, we're going to be in our last map, probably our last map.
It should be.
It probably should. Yeah, it's definitely going to be. And so now there's a chance for this to actually be the exact same results. Actually, the exact same results. Literally exact same results from the first block, where it was a 3-0 to a reverse. I guess not a reverse sweep, but it'd be like a reverse to even up the scores.
A reverse tie.
A reverse tie, making it 3-3, which would be kind of crazy to have that happen twice. So, you know, maybe okay, Death Killer gonna get rid of that Kiriko also. So maybe wanting to run that Queen yet again.
Wait, actually, they didn't they ban it? Oh, okay. No, they'll go through with it. We're all big chill here. Kiri banned, so now let's see what Red is going to ban out here. And Red, they could opt to maybe get rid of the Queen, but I don't think the Queen was the biggest issue. They already want to change.
Typo is crazy.
It
Wrong chat.
votes.
I get that. I get it so much.
Well, let me go and take Kiri off the screen really quick.
Yeah, just get rid of that one real quick. Let other team ban first. This is how the game works.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay. I can't even say anything about these comps because, like, look at what they're running, man. Adiz is
Yeah.
on Junkrat, Essie's on Mercy. I mean, okay,
I don't blame
Domina
it.
ban. I like that one actually. I like that ban. I think Domina is incredibly strong on this map. Red team gets to ban a DPS or support, so they could actually still ban out the Kiriko if they wanted to. I don't think that'll probably be in the heart of the cards. Maybe you could ban out the... What do you ban?
You got a
What do you
couple
ban?
of routes. You could decide to get rid of the cat for funsies, but they're going to get rid of the Freya,
Freya.
which we have seen a D's on the Freya quite a bit, and I think's had a really good level of consistency. You look back on Dorado, was a genuine menace a lot of the time. Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Played incredibly well. And so the Freya getting taken out of the equation is going to allow some things to kind of, mesh together a little bit better, I think. So we'll have to see how these teams roll out. We are going to get readies up from everybody as we do see that hog come out yet again.
Oh no.
Oh, there it is. It's the
Electric
combo. We're back.
Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo Part 2. We're getting it done. Watch this hook, though. Watch this hook, though.
I'm watching the
Everybody
hook.
hold your breath. Well, everybody hold your breath for this first hook.
We'll see. We said we bet hog.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No.
It's too late to go back on that one, Buckaroo, as they're going to start moving forward. Dragonite is down early. I see a lot of people getting that first blow to get things going, and nobody wants to drop down to deal with Dirt. But Dirt says, nah, don't worry. I'm coming to you guys. Don't worry. Goes in. Doesn't get the hook, though.
Yeah, it's because we didn't hold our breath. Okay, I
He just said...
from the Kiriko there. It's going to enable them to be able to get that pick. Actually probably secure this first cap. Dragonite gets another pick onto Essie. So right now it's just the cat healing online, and both these teams are really scrappy positions. Don't have either of the Kirikos on the table. First cap actually going to probably go the way of the red team, surprisingly.
Yeah, because they're chilling around. Ooh. They're still hanging in here. And oh my god, and Dragonite gets rid of 2. Gonna help clear out houses. Essie has to eat that death, and that's 3 for Dragonite, who again got a little quiet, but that is a good display right there.
Quiet is an understatement, I think. He was borderline mute on Dorado, but now he's definitely stepping up, and he's proving himself to be worthy of a spot on
wait,
this team.
Where are they going?
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
They know.
Run away! Run away! Run away! Golly, this is
something.
Right, so this is some Overwatch here. So maybe you can take themselves to the high ground now and try to look at this cast. That could be not. Wee! Oh my god, you jumped right onto that high ground. Uppies. Flat's gonna drop it up full spawn directly onto Avalanche. And now the map has been kind of taken back from the side of blue. But
yeah, this is not working out like it did on Dorado. Maybe Dirk gets rid of one on the way out, but nah, Doc's gonna be able to stay alive. As it's reset at 60%. You're coming up to the infamous Nano Cat strat. We'll see if that happens or not, but God, it'd be so funny. As they're gonna swap off the cat.
No, dang it. Swapping off the cat, not working out. Fox is gonna swap over. I mean, I think that the problem, nice stuff. I think that the problem was, unfortunately, the cat wasn't able to provide it. Oh my god.
Oh, just deleted right there. Deadeye's there as Adiz is kind of hidden away, has to run for it. He's in the crowd right now, but he's going to be able to get out alive as I imagine this is just a quick little bit of stall as it's going to flip over eventually. As he gets a really good kill onto Farouk, though, so possibly stays alive. They just need a quick reset.
Yeah, a quick little reset there from the red team, but it's pretty close to, being in their favor. They have 4 ults on the board, 94% and counting. The only way I think Blue wins this fight is if something miraculous happens, like Dirt hooks the B or gets a random kill onto a Kiriko in the neutral. That could also happen. However, Fox can be taken down. Dragonite finds 2 more. He's going crazy on the cast right now. The high noon is going to be popped right above the objective. Doesn't probably find anybody as long as nobody decides that they want to peek it. Not going to be able to find anything. Now we're in a little bit of a predicament here for the red team. Or for the blue team.
Yeah, they're going to be pushed back pretty far, but Farouk down means you lose it on the beat. your ability to survive in this fight is going to be really difficult. That's why they're going to go with the Kitsune Rush instead. They want to try to clear this one out right now. If they're having to hide away, everyone being low, their chances of pulling this off are rising exponentially. Stellar Fox gone, and now Red want to close this one out.
Dragonite is having a beautiful game right now on this Cassidy, and it is going to be that first sub-map going the way of the Red squad. Beautiful stuff from them overall, from each individual player. Flat, I think, is doing incredibly well as well. Dragonite lighting up our kill feed.
Yep.
And I think Death Killer on that Queen is also doing really well. And these supports are also, you know, I mean, it is a little difficult to talk about supports as a caster. You know, I will admit that, because sometimes, you know, supports, they don't pop up in the kill feed. Sometimes they're not shown all too often. But the impact that a support has on this game is honestly more crucial than sometimes the DPS or the tanks. All right, the ults that they can use, the picks that they can get, especially if they're on Kiriko. I mean, we have to shout out the supports whenever we get the chance to. So, you know, I think everybody on Red is playing incredibly well. Blue, maybe have to go back to the drawing board. Dirt is going to swallow that hog, go over to that Queen for a mirror. So we'll have to see if that is the change that they need, or else this could be the final nail in the coffin to make it so it's not a 3-3.
Yeah, it's very much falling that way right now. We'll see the responses, because right now we're on a complete mirror. That might change based upon if the Symmetras decide to swap out. And I think we will see the swap. I think you'll just see the Tracers come out instead, and the mirror will stay the same. But what do I know? I am just a caster.
I am just a humble abode, man. And no, you're right. Right on the money. Right on the money. So you are going to be guaranteeing yourself a little bit of, oh, nice hook. Or nice knife onto that Cassidy. Not able to find anything just yet. Okay, Dragonite has been left in main. Oh, Dragonite. Oh, Dragonite. That's, whoops.
Not much you can do in that situation, quite honestly. You're caught out. No one's there to help you. Fate accepted. Yeah, but not getting two, though, by the way. They're going to clear this one out and get this fight in their favor. Dirt is still fighting tooth and nail to stay alive and get somebody, but it's just not going to happen. Assassinates Doc from the top rope, but that'll be enough.
Yeah, beautiful first fight from the side of the Red. They do get traded out from their Kiriko, so they only have the Lucio right now. So I think if Blue decide to play a little fast, then they could potentially go for a quick recontest. But I don't think that's going to be in the part of the cards. I'm a little concerned about ult charges. I think Doki is a little ahead in terms of the ults, which has been doing incredibly well so far. Has that rush available. Flat has that pulse bomb available also. If they are able to land it, that would be absolutely huge. Dirt taking 1 trillion damage and drops to Flat. Oh, Dragonite.
Yeah,
oh, Dragonite.
Wow.
Oh, Dragonite.
Listen, Dragonite takes these things very personal, as they should, quite frankly. Has really big, bright moments. It gets caught out sometimes, but I think when you have that moment, they utilize it almost every single time, and that's wonderful. Especially now, Deadeye, gonna be one of the first ultimates online here. We'll see what kind of value it can produce, because to be fair, Deadeye, not the biggest ultimate in 2026, but it is still really good for giving them space.
Yeah, you know, sometimes ults don't have to actually get kills all of the time. They could just position players on the map in a preferable way. Ooh, Flat getting taken down there. Next Dragonite. That's a pretty bad couple of picks there, and so now, yeah, that's gonna be a fight win for the side of Blue, as long as they can get the last couple of picks here.
Yeah, Farouk is currently hits on the roller coaster. It is literally mass rotating to stall out. We'll get that thing over 80%, and honestly, that's fantastic. You get an extra 10 to 15 from that, and now you put it in close to final fight territory. You can't be mad at that whatsoever.
All right, unfortunately, we have to hold our desks for this next fight, because this is going to be an ult dumb. Everything is going to be used, I think. 4 ults to 4 ults. The beats are a little behind. Farouk is 66%. Maybe he can build it up if he stays on heals enough. But Fox going to have that advantage for right now. Oh, but they're getting an opening pick on the Dragonite is not a great start. And there's the pulse bomb. Going to be able to connect on.
Yeah, and wow, this is a lot being thrown in. And for nobody dying, by the way. They're going to be able to all regroup back together. You can go in aggressive with your own Kitsune Rush. The other has the beat still to stabilize as well. but this is going to be such a rough situation now as they're going to try to run down Sethered. You don't have the beat anymore, but Deathkiller dies for the investment. Mega Ninja, this is going to be tough to pull back without your queen.
Yeah, it's a really difficult situation. If Dirt gets taken down here, it's going to be so much more favorable. Behind him gets foot main, and Farouk runs into oncoming traffic right into the crosshair of the Deadeye. The Pulse Bomb connects onto Dirt, and he's able to find that kill. So now there's no tanks available. Dragonite going to be taken down from Adiz yet again. Fox able to find a kill on the Ghost, and now it's such a back and forth fight. It's so winnable here. And oh my god, Flag with a nice kill onto Avalanche here. Maybe can find another one on the Fox, potentially. And the flip comes through here.
Oh, the health pack gets taken?
The health pack getting taken is so devastating.
Yeah,
oh, there's
instead,
a beat going to be utilized.
Literally barely gets it out in time and loses all that health immediately anyway. So now it's going to be big pulse bomb time for Adiz right now. Farouk has the bait to sustain. Deathkiller can stay alive. They want to try to get the official win on the map right here, right now, with Dirt struggling to stay alive. Pulse Bomb not sticking. This is going a lot of different ways, but the touch needs to come through. It barely does, but Dirt Gaming so close to going down. Lucky to still be standing, as this is still anybody's game, as barely another touch comes through.
Dragonite finds a pick onto Avalanche. Getting rid of that mirror counterpart is incredibly huge. Flats has his Pulse Bomb available. Predict his Pulse Bomb. Hold that. Okay! As they walk into it, unfortunately. Dragonite and Flats going absolutely crazy. It's just 3 players left. No support.
2?
Oh, but Dirt with an ult, but they don't touch.
Yeah. And
I mean, it was kind of over anyways.
Yeah, I mean, you threw what you can into that fight, trying to build up those big ults. It just doesn't happen, unfortunately. But obviously, still a chance to bounce back. This is exactly what happened in that first map, remember, where they didn't start out the strongest blue team, but they finished that last round dominantly. We'll see if they'll be able to do the same in this instance, as it's looking like comps are going to stay pretty much the same here. And above all else, Mega Ninja, with this final map, final round, you would just want to end the night as strongly as possible.
No, absolutely. No matter what the outcome is in terms of this match, in terms of this map, in terms of the block overall, you want to put your best foot forward. You want to perform as best as you can, no matter how the maps have been. You know, no matter, you can't get boomed, right? You cannot get mentally tilted. Absolutely not. Not a question. You have to perform the best at all times, no matter if you're down 80 maps, no matter if you're up 80 maps, right? These players want to showcase their abilities, show their skills off. And they're being able to do that right here, right now, on this big stage. Big stage, I say, as it's just us two casting. Well, along with the other broadcasts, but they have the ability to showcase what they're capable of, and you know, they want to showcase no matter how many maps, no matter how much time is left on the clock.
Yeah, you want to, like I said, you want to finish this day strong right here, as we see Adiz is still in on the Symmetra, which makes it very interesting, and Flat over on the Widowmaker for University is definitely a strange pick, but if it finds value, I'll happily eat my words. I promise you that much. As the TP to the high ground, trying to force out Draconite from the high, who would love to hold on to it. He's eventually going to have to surrender to a degree right here, as Adiz trying to get run down, eventually going to be burnt down as Dirt wants to try to find something of their own, even this thing back up. Unfortunately, pulled back in to what is likely to be their death, still hanging around, still getting plenty of care, but it is an inevitability, as again, Deathkiller will get the better. Draconite helps them finish it out.
I mean, Dragonite is moving so he took Dorado personally. He took Dorado so personally or something. He is mad. He's mad right now. We did see Adiz swap over to that Mei for half a millisecond, but they are going to be going back over to the Tracer. One of the spectators is a little upset about that, but it's all right. At the end of the day, Adiz looking to try to get something done here. The Tracer duel is happening on the right side near this coast area. Adiz has that recall force, not able to find anything just yet. And now these teams are going to be able to get a re-engage going, as Red still has his points, still has this objective, and they're building up these ults.
Ooh, hey, the Deathkiller's down. This opens up the door big time. Flat's gonna let the sights go right here. Wanted to make sure to know where everybody is at, as nobody wants to beat their head, as almost lost theirs earlier, but now 39%. Point gonna flip over. Dirt looking to stabilize here, as Kitsune Rush gonna be available for SC.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is going to be really massive here, along with that High Noon and that Rampage from the Queen. Dirt has that online, can probably decide to pop off if they so choose to. But there's, you know, certain... Oh, okay, Deathkiller going to pop their ult first, actually, and going to be connecting onto a lot of players. And everybody's purple. It's like the blue main group except for purple. And there's the Rush going to be utilized.
Clinton's
I
out.
prefer either side.
I don't know. Clinton gets out momentarily, and you're going to have Flabby pulled down. Lucky to still be alive. Honestly, everybody is, but eventually DPS burnt down. Dirt, with some help, is going to be able to restabilize. Even Draconite a little sad about that one, as they are indeed going to be able to restabilize. Trying to get out is Doc, but that does not happen, as that's a really heads-up play there from Dirt to finish that one.
Yeah, really good plays there. You know, I thought it might have been over once Dirt hits the Q button and connected onto so many players. I think it was 2. I'm going to say so many because it's better for the narrative. But
Exactly.
Death Killer able to respond with their own and was able to maximize the value available. The rush comes through. The beat is utilized in response. Okay, High Noon Flash going to be taken down, however. Oh, that's not good. Dragonite finds a pick, however.
Double Cassidy down. The point's getting flipped. Dirt's gonna have to shout on there and stabilize. Unfortunately, they're kind of running out of help, running out of resources as try to chase down Doc, who is able to get out of there momentarily. But you see a couple of low bodies. Everyone's getting out to full strength, but Dirt is still struggling to stay alive in this one. Drops down into the hole, and that's going to eventually surrender this point away. Red takes back over right here. Avalanche is going to try to run for the hill, but they're still in here. Avalanche got rid of 2, eventually taken down, but that might be enough to take this point back.
All right, just as quickly as that point got flipped, it got right back in the control of Blue Squad. Even though they don't have their tank, Avalanche decided he wanted to kill everybody in the lobby and that it was his time to do so. So 95% final fight territory. Dragonite is going to be able to have this first touch and has that pulse bomb available, but Doge being taken out from Edis is such a bad opening pick here.
Yeah, and Adiz is hoping to finish this day off strong right here. Gonna get rid of Farouk, and Blue, much like map 1, is gonna finish this one strong here. Obviously, Red does take the map away, but it is a strong end for these squads here today, who everyone, I think, had extremely good bright spots. Everybody looked fantastic, and it makes me happy to, like, look and be like, there wasn't, like, one player that, like, oh, they didn't have a good day at all. Everybody had really good moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think every single person had a pop-off moment. Avalanche, Dirt, Death Killer.
Yeah.
My brain is getting fried a little bit.
It's been a long day.
I mean, everybody was able to pop off. Every single player. I could list all the players that played today. I'm not going to, obviously. But everybody popped off in their own regard. In their own special moment, they all performed as best as they could. There were some lowlights, but there were also a lot of highlights. I think the highlights outweighed the lowlights by a lot. And honestly, I think if this Turkey squad gets assembled off of just today, I'd be worried if I was other World Cup teams.
Oh, I'd be worried as well. Again, we want every team to be as strong as possible. We want to see the competition at the highest level humanly possible. And I think there are some genuine superstars on this team. And obviously, they're going to take the rest of these tryouts to kind of figure out who do we think those 7 superstars are going to be. I think there's some genuinely good contenders. I don't think it's quite my place to name very specific people in this instance, because at the end of the day, there are still trials to be happening. It's down to the coaches and how they feel ultimately. But there's a lot of people to be confident about. But at the end of the day, I'm excited that this thing was as back and forth as it was. Everybody had amazing moments, and Mega Ninja, I genuinely could not be happier for the last 4 hours of my life watching all these Turkish players pop off.
No, I mean, me too. I was super happy to be invited to this. I'm so grateful to be chosen for this, especially. You know, this was incredible to watch. I'd love to do more World Cup stuff with you if you'll have me on. But I've been having a blast of a time, and Turkey is definitely a country that I'm going to be looking out for in the World Cup.
I'm especially excited for it, and obviously appreciate you very much joining me today for this one. Obviously, we'll see what comes in the future regarding a lot of this stuff, but for me personally, the day is not done quite yet. In 2 hours from now, we have the Team Chile tryouts happening at 6 p.m., and then if you're a night owl like myself and Mega Ninja for that matter, Costa Rica and Puerto Rico having themselves a show match at 10 p.m. It's going to be a late night for some players out there, and for myself included. So I'm really excited for that. It's going to be a great time. But because it has already been such a long day, and it's going to get even longer, Mega, we are going to head out of here. But again, I appreciate you coming out, joining me very much last second of this occasion, but you rose to it, and I could not be happier for how this day went. So everybody out there, appreciate y'all being here. Make sure to turn up later for more of the trials for Team Chile and the show match later on tonight. But if not, have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you next time. Peace out.